It's just sort of untold. How did we get here kind of levels of vicious? Because really, how did we get here? I don't necessarily know. Oh, I should have put the Alt key on this stupid control panel thing. Control panel thing. Control panel thing. Yeah, clearly. Not enough control panel thing. Yep, we just want to turn that on. Ow. Ow. Why? Ow. Never enough. Ow. There's probably not enough. Ow. The whoa. Not the whoa. The whoa. Whoa. Ow. 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 See, this is the kind of weirdness I get up to before the stream starts. It's almost like I'm biding time or something. Am I close enough? I think I'm close enough. Kind of rotated funny though. I'm gonna be rotated like this. Yes, 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 this is good. There we go. Back, and then forward, and then back, and then forward, and then back, and then forward, and then back again. And then we do side to 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 side. Can't breathe. Well, I mean, I guess I could breathe, but you know. Who does that? Who breathes anymore? Good lucks. None of the good lucks. I'm gonna need the lucks, probably. Actually. Kinda, sort of. I am probably going to need all of the lucks. The deluxe. Deluxe. All deluxe. Not enough lux. Not enough light. Too darkness. Too much darkness. Cool. See, what else do I have need? What do I have need of? I have the light. I have the camera. I have the sound. I guess all I'm missing is the action. Or maybe some more energy. Some more energy would be great. Never know. Day. Today I have the blue color. Because why not? Today I am trying to tackle the infamous problem of converting between one format and another. It is certainly a lofty goal, to say the least. So, yeah. If you saw my last stream at all, you'd probably remember, or be at least vaguely aware, that it was about parsing floating point numbers. But today I get my revenge. Today, we handle the rest of the numbers. Today, we handle all the numbers. Maybe. Or at least some of the weird ones. All of them. All 7 of them. There's at least 7 numbers, right? Right? Right, no. No, there's more than that. There's at least 20. No, there's way more than 20. What am I talking about? Unicule. Oops. Why am I editing in this program? Why am I editing in this program? How did I do this again? It's like Control Shift. Oh yeah, there we go. The one useful feature. Pasting a ton of things exactly where I want them. 1,000,000,000,000. It's actually not that much. 0,000. It's 1,000. That's a million. And then we multiply that by a billion. And then 1,000. Then it becomes like 1,000,000,000,000,000. Doesn't even fill up a 64-bit number. I am on Lime again. On Lime. On Lime. I like to take my, I like to take Sundays off usually. Also, usually avoid Wednesdays. Friday is a bit of a toss-up. The goal is 5 days a week. Ideally. But I settle for 4. I think almost every time I've tried streaming on Friday or Wednesday, it just feels like not as many people watch me. Maybe there's some thing that happens those days. Or maybe I'm just terribly unlucky. It's hard to tell sometimes. Oh yes, behold the numeric value. I should have maybe. Add it away. Just get a number out of things. Instead of, yeah. Into that. We just, turn those off there. So that's 30. That's 70. That's 300. That's 3,000. That's 30,000. That's 300,000. That's 3 million? Yeah. This one's 30 million. This one's 300 million. This one's 3 billion. This one's 30 billion. This one's 300 billion. This one's 3 trillion. This one is 10 trillion? Because they went back to ones. This one is 100 trillion. This one's a quadrillion. This one is 10 quadrillion. This one is like 100 quadrillion. This one is a pentillion. I think that's what it's called. This is like 10 pentillion. And yeah, it just keeps going up from there. Until you get past 20, because I don't have values for 20. Like, a real crying shame, that is. So, I could either add a couple more powers. Just have a giant table. Or all like 600 something powers of 10. It's kind of a lot of entries. Or I could do some compound multiplication. That might work too. It's a slightly less precision. Hopefully. Hopefully not. But you just never know. Like, maybe that's a viable strategy. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just being a bit difficult. How to train your dragon? No. No, it's not. This is kind of like how to create a dragon egg out of thin air. Because, yeah, I'm just kind of making it up as I go along. But I've maybe read a few implementations back in my day. So I have some vague idea of what it might look like. So very so. I have positive powers up to 20. And I was making a bunch of these conversion factor things to like sort of claw my way up to the surface. And they work so long as my input values do not exceed a certain level of numericness, if that's a word. Why, yes, your numbers are too numeric for me. They're so very numeric. So I have sort of, I have two features that I'm not entirely sure if I want to implement or not. One is where the individual numbers are converted to integers in case I want an integer result. Which is doable, I guess. It complicates things. It does certainly complicate things. I also have an idea of how the decimal digits should affect the exponent now. I gave that some thought. I also poked at it the other day to make all of these parameters work. And I came up with some stuff here where I would like look up the different values in the table. For a given power. And that works okay, and then I have some weird adjustment that I throw on the end, which I don't know if I got right entirely, but it does seem to work. For now. So I have to figure out possibly a better way of writing this. Because it's just a little bit ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous. I guess we could say, well, we're doing decimal adjustment if we're not the high bit. We could do that. And then if we are doing adjustments, or maybe else. We say else. Else. Hello there. Welcome. Yeah, else we break. Or maybe we do it this way. We just break. Yeah, hopefully that still works without causing me too much grief. Still seems legit, so I think I got the logic the right way around. What's over on the left here? Yeah, I just noticed that. You just see it go up nicely all the way to 20. And then the weird values just don't quite do things the right way. Because I don't really have correction factors for those. Stupid correction factors. So, the decimal value, if we're doing 1 to 1, the decimal value could be used as is. We're not doing 1 to 1, then I would have to, like, come up with a way of indexing into the table based on the exponent. What about 1, 3, and 7? You know, easy. Easy-ish mode. One, 3, 7, 10, 20, 300, something or other. So yeah, I got it to work the other day. Yesterday, actually. When it wasn't streaming. But only for this very specific subset of numbers. Which is fine, I guess. And then this morning, I was planning my next downfall, which is how to go to the fractions. The fractions are going to be difficult. And I also don't think I perform proper normalization on the different values. Okay, what if we do 300, 100, 700? Then what? Yeah, we get something completely out there. Not even close. So, yeah, I'm going to need to fix that. Perform decimal normalization. If possible. Okay, but why doesn't this work? But why though, I say? Probably got something completely wrong in here. It's just completely wrong, you know? Yeah. Uh-huh. Let's see, so that consumes all the characters. That sets this to 2. There's no fractional portion. There's no exponent portion. So we're going to add some values into the integer that I'm working on. I almost want to just either put this in a function or cram it on one line so I can just step over it. Adjustment. Adjustment is 7. 7? That sounds like a familiar number. Why is it 7? Shouldn't be like... Shouldn't it be like 2 or something? That one's 6. That one's 9. I guess I want 7. 1 trillion. That's too many numbers. That's too many numbers. Exponent is 0. We've rolled a 0 exponent and then we're not adjusting things at all. Then our exponent, our floating point exponent. Wait, shouldn't this be like the adjustment? The bit adjustment. The adjustment of bits? Yeah, maybe? Maybe. I don't know how about that though. Like maybe we don't adjust. AI chip is inversely proportional to the number of users. I think the number of users is just notoriously small, and they just have gobs of money. Deceptively. So you have deceptively high power processors, which are being used for a few small companies that are actually not very small at all. They're like huge. A few huge companies that pay for everything. And then the end users, they just pay for services that the giant company offers. You're not even getting the chips themselves, you're getting AI as a service. AI, yes. Yes. AIAS. AIAS. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Let's maybe do adjustment. Decimal? Not zero? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, and then we could go the other way. The other way. I'm gonna go right about here. Hello again. Welcome back to another, maybe slightly less than exciting adventure in Floating Point Land. $200. $200? Nope, that's not right. I don't think that's right at all. Maybe. Oh, just maybe. I need that -1 in there to go into like this parameter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This doesn't get used anywhere else. Editing in here again. E. Right now it's 8. I don't think that's what I want. I want it to be smaller. 63 or something like that. Alright, so that one's 6. This one is still 0, which is good, I think. That one is just a thing, a holdover. I just always make this shift by a fixed amount. I might simplify it again. And then we perform a normalization step after that. That could be a thing. But yeah, if we have that adjustment, that should be 100. This one should be 300. Which it thankfully is. This one should be 700. Which it thankfully is. This one should still be 10. This one should still be 30, 70, 300. There's gotta be a better way of unit testing these, maybe. Because, you know, otherwise it would be very difficult for me to actually figure out. Yeah, we'll just put a bunch of 7s. And then I'll throw myself a wild card. We'll put a digit afterwards. And then we'll put an E here. So we have to shift digits. Because I have to be able to handle probably trailing zeros in some way. They're not supposed to affect the final value unless we actually need them to, which they kind of don't. We don't need the trailing zeros. Unless we actually need the trailing zeros. So that one's too big. This didn't perform zero normalization. And that one's completely wrong. Because it chose unwisely. So I guess it's time to try and fix that part of the problem. I mean, if we have fractional components, and they happen to be 0, then we have ourselves a little bit of a problem. hacker font. All the hacker font. Not the hacker font. Anything but that. No, no, we can't have that. Wait, where was it? It was... down here. Yeah, it was down here. Parsing numbers is hard. Specifically, parsing floating point numbers is hard. Because the point moves around. I don't have anything open, really. I have all just been making up the number parser. Well, not even the number parser. The just the floating point parsing. Like the actual conversion between the ASCII values. That part. That's the tricky part. I'm thinking I might need to just define how much of the fraction to pull in. Because if you add integer digits before the decimal point, they influence the effective exponent of the integer. If you add digits after the decimal point, they don't count unless there's not 0. Okay, develop. I mean, that's one option. It's probably an okay option. So if we're processing floating point digits, I don't really want to update the effective pointer unless they're non-zero. I sort of have to like hold on to a temporary pointer. The only other valid option. You know, I'm not gonna be too much biased, but you know, there's this thing out there. You may have heard of it. Called NeoVim. Or its evil cousin, Emacs. And I hear that they make pretty good editors and development environments if you set them up right. Just a random thought. But anyways, my hair is blue because it's blue. I don't swim. There is no water. I drink water, but I do not swim in water because there is no water to swim in. I just felt like blue today. Down quality debug. You know, I wonder if there's good quality debugger plugin for Vim. I need to look into that. That might change my world. I need to be shrunk. Shrunk? Why do I need to be shrunk? Why would I need to be tiny? No, why would we do this? Why would I be small? Now I am tiny. Now I can swim in the milk. Or I can get lost. The cat is the streamer now. Small? Very small? Too small. Maybe a bit too small. Very tiny. How did I get so tiny? I must scream into the void, and then the void must become not tiny. It didn't work. I'm still tiny. Cupid's bell cap. I am become the mouth. Tiny and small. Too small. How did we get here? Why are we so small? You know what it is? It's probably the floating point in precision. I'm gonna blame the floating point in precision. The other may be small. Make me not small again. No, don't make me smaller. No. No. Wrong setting. Why? Why am I small? It's the evil cat. It's the low poly cat's fault, isn't it? Now I can't reach. How do I reach? How do I reach the low poly cat from down here? I don't. That's how. Maybe we turn the dial the other way. to what's the word for it? Grab this, and then we make that maybe a little bit more, maybe more. You gotta do it kind of lower. Okay. No, almost. Try again. Right? Too far. Too far. Too far. There. Perfect. Not perfect. You're trying to tar me with Z Alf. Yes, I'm glad you're not using the capital X. That would not end well for me. Well, up here. Yeah, up here. There we go. I do love my sidetracking, don't I? Yeah, it's too hot in my room. My brain is cooked, I tell you. Absolutely roasted. Where did I put? Oh, there it is. So, yeah, maybe we have a fraction scan bias. The scan complete. Each time we hit a number, that is not a 0. We subtract 1 from this. Bit masking enjoyers. Well, yes, who doesn't like some bit masking? Then if C is not 0, if I can find the 0 key and the single quote marks, then I'll set this bias value, the scan bias value, maybe make that -1? Sure. I already set it to 0. Decrement before. Yeah, that might work. So now I have this extra bias value that I have to somehow incorporate into the system. Oh my god. So I'm guessing like a fractional bias. The fractional bias is going to affect the actual exponent value, probably. So I guess, well, this one's greater than 0. Then we'll do something with that. Maybe I'll leave that check in there, and then we can just push both of them around. Sure. Yeah. Wait, are we incrementing? I think we're incrementing this. So it has to be less than 0. We must mask all the bits. Or maybe we don't mask all the bits. We gotta increment all the bits. And maybe this isn't really the, maybe it's not really the bias. It's more like the number of, the number of, the number of bits that we have shifted into the integer buffer. So I guess I'll rename this. UTF offset 24. What does that even mean? I bet it's broken. I bet it completely broke at some point. I would not put it past it to just completely break, because it does that for some unknowable reason. Stupid thing is old and probably has to be like updated. Song sounds very, very repetitive. Maybe that's just me. So this is going to intake decimal digits out of the fraction if they become significant. Which if I set this up the right way, they shouldn't be. Down here, yeah. So this should be 0. That should be like -1. So that should stay at 0. So this should do my offset as usual. And then this one should get skipped over because we don't have any digits down there. Once we do our usual. What's this do? Wish that would show up easier. I don't know what that does. I kind of know what that does. We add our bits to the thing, then we get a proper number out of it. Okay, this one is trickier because they stick an exponent on the end. That table, though. I need to move that stupid table. Make it bigger or something. More table. All of the table entries shall be tabled accordingly. Go down here. Maybe we skip over all of that. We actually have a bit of an exponent on this one. You know, I didn't really put the bit adjustment into this value either. That's maybe not going to work quite exactly the way I expect it to. Yeah, no. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Alright, so what if this is just like 4? Always 4. And then don't we just don't put it back unless it overflows or something? Yeah, I think that will be not well behaved. Well, I got one of them right. So maybe it can't be the worst thing ever. We didn't get down here yet. I like how quickly it diverges into this function. Go here, step there. Go there, maybe we go here, I don't know. So now I just have like a fixed amount and an adjustment that's 4. So we add that. Decrement that. Not normalization. do our typical multiplication, and then this gives me 70 something thousand. I don't know if that's correct or not. Because it's too many zeros. There's 700 million. Okay. Then we have this one, which is E1, so it returns 7 billion. Okay, yay. Then these still appear to work correctly for now, I think, until we get somewhere that they don't work at. Don't know yet. But hopefully. Hopefully. Now, about negative exponents. Yeah, those are still kind of on the to-do list a bit. As are ridiculously large exponents. I'm also a little surprised this didn't divide the rest of the digits. That should be a thing, at least. Why don't you give me all of the digits? Even if some of them are in the wrong place. There's that's negative. That's 2, which means like 100 or something. Maybe because I offset them in a way that is actually vaguely correct. Also, maybe not. Alright, so that's -3, I think. I need to be in decimal display for this because having both display modes would be an atrocity. Shouldn't this be less than 0? I guess that solves my problem. We didn't make it less. Oh, the sign, please. Wait, what's this? 0.0001 E3. Wait, if our value is 0, then maybe I don't increment. Oh, that's a hassle. That's another little edge case. Because of course it is. Maybe I could get away with scanning for zeros in the scanning phase. Or maybe we don't. I don't know. I could do that here, or I could do that here. It kind of seems weird that I have 2 of these when I could just put them together and have them work in a cooperative manner with one another. Difficulty. Significant difficulty. Yeah, so if I take this, what are these used for? Nothing? Probably nothing. Yeah, we don't use those. Those got completely taken. They were taken. Say equals. Let's not do that. Let's maybe keep a plus equals. This can be an if statement. Is it int begin? We could do C. And then this part can go inside of the loop. Because reasons. Just a few reasons. No big deal. So yeah, that should do. That should handle the first part of the number in line without having to do the thing. I think. I think. Yeah, I think. That should be a digit. That should be another digit. That should be incremented correctly. Maybe no references found. Yes, darn it. Like, why does it do this to me? It's just like totally broken. Totally and completely broken. And where's this one at? Let's quit all of that. And the worst part is that it says it's writing the shade off file, which is supposed to like save your positions and stuff and which files are open or something like that. It never remembers the positions. It's supposed to remember positions of the cursor inside of individual files, and it never does. So then I have to go finding my position again. Every time I have to restart the silly thing. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. It's something I have to look into, apparently. Just read the whole file. It's not about reading the whole file. It's about finding my place. Like remembering which line I was on and then going back to it. Also, I can't save marks either, because those will go out of scope. You know, I think for fractional numbers, it might make sense to leave the iterators. Because then I don't have to do the multiplications unless I know that I need to do the multiplications. So we'll leave that part for now. Just some nice ascending numbers here. It's lovely that it can parse as well as it does, considering the circumstances. Empty, empty, invalid. These are technically parsable. The parser just kind of ignores trailing characters, which is not really a great idea necessarily. Unless you want that, which maybe I do. I'm not actually entirely sure if I want to leave trailing characters. So yeah, it's -3. Our value is 0. 0. That's, yeah, that makes total sense. Although I'll admit the input exponent is definitely not 3 if there's no value to add there. So maybe we don't do that. Like maybe if and not value, or maybe if value will increment, and then it will increment for zeros, which should cover this edge case, I guess. Yeah, that way the input exponent stays 0 until there's actually something inside of it. I don't know if that's right either, though. I'll put this first. Why put first? Because then if it's 0, it will stay 0. If we have just like a single digit in there, which is how the exponents work. 0 indicates that you're in like the 10 to the 0th power. Or in other words, values that are less than 10, greater than or equal to 0. So yeah, that's 0. Then we have our value of 1. There's no more characters to read in there. Do our janky leading 0 count function. that also happens to shift by exactly that amount. Forgot I can just click on those. Descriptor of descriptors. Descriptor of descriptors. All of your descriptor are belonging to us. It's just a giant descriptor. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It's a hierarchy. It can form a giant hierarchy with leaf nodes and tree nodes. And then you have two flavors of indices. You have letters or strings, and then you have numbers. Arrays, the indices are just numbers. Objects, the indices are strings. Hierarchy. A great deal of hierarchy. Object is descriptor set. Individual fields are bindings. I don't know. That's a little bit too specific for my taste, I guess. But you do you. If it helps, it helps. Maybe I'm just a fan of graph theory or something. No adjustment. No bitwise adjustment. No value. Our exponent is literally just the exponent. So we get 1, which is exactly what this number is. It's just 1 expressed in like the weirdest way possible. Alright, so this one should bias upwards, like so, so there's like 6 digits. But then the exponent is less than it should be. I guess surprisingly enough, because it's a positive exponent, it's still something. Like, it is still something. So I think it was 96. Yeah. 96, which is how much we have to adjust to go upwards. That's a lot of exponent to go upwards on. Like, what if I don't have that? Then what do I do? Maybe I switch to a different algorithm. Instead of find, we use the other one. It's like one for finding bounded values or something. Yeah, bounded values. That could work. If I find something, what am I looking for? I want to, if I want the bounded values, then I want some standards function. Which means I have to find the standards page. Yeah, where did I leave that? Behold the eye-searing light of the standards page. And tremble. I think it's in algorithms. And it was first of sampling, sorting related, search operations. Yeah, the bounds. Returns an iterator to the first element not less than the given value. Which I think should work for... Oops. For going up. So we'll just save that there, and then we will do... Not that. Definitely don't want that. Let's see, it was the lower bound? I want some of this descriptor flavored JSON. That sounds delicious. JSON parser, go burr. Go burr. Maybe not go burr. Comparison, projection. Not less. Lower bound implements the binary search. Therefore, binary search can be implemented in terms of it. JSON, top performing programming language. Didn't even know JSON was a programming language. Also, hello there. Welcome back to The saga, the epic saga of how not to parse floating point numbers. Eight is at index 3. 5 would return end. And the range. Lower bound of 4. Upper bound of 4. Apparently that's a range. Yeah. So, if we grab the data, the exponent value, you go on Twitch after you smoke the weed. Does that mean everything is psychedelic and swirly? Alright, so I have the lower bound, and we have the exponent value. And then we make a correction to the value. Let's do exponent value minus equals adjustment decimal. What do you mean no matching function? How is this not a matching function call? Must be, oh, the end to be so fast. 10x SimD. What are you even on about? Lisp trolls, not the Lisp trolls. The color scheme of my hair, of my editor. My editor has been like this for weeks, weeks. But yeah, my hair tends to change colors occasionally. It's almost like I like different colors or something. Ranges. Data. Are you telling me a span can't be used as data? I'll use you to spam my data the wrong way. It's still no dice. No object call lower bounds function. Why? Why can we not? It It is perfectly valid data. You should be able to iterate over it. You should be able to find it. Why are we like this? Okay, what if I use a different data structure for the table? Yeah, we'll use the standard array, which is something I hardly ever do. And then open this up, and then I don't see anything erroring in here. Yeah. This is a very interesting discussion we're having. Truly something else. There were build errors. Oh wait, I wanted the table. I think we wanted the table. Span must be initial. What if the span doesn't? The span didn't work right, so we're gonna skip the span. Initializer of lists is not a valid template. Not deduce arguments. I hate array. Array just never works the way I want it to. What if I make a span? Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing. This should just work. Why does this not work? Also, hello there. Welcome back to the enticing less than annoying time where I try to figure out why the standard functions don't work and then promptly get upset at all of them until I just re-implement my own. Because apparently I cannot be bothered figure out why the stupid range won't move. The thing and the access and the dehydrate. I need to hydrate. Like, it just requires a range. And a span should be a range, I would think. Is this just maybe the span isn't a range though? I don't know how it's not working right. You want a container. Non-owning view over a contiguous sequence of objects. Yeah. So this be a forward iterator. I guess. Does span not do that? I mean, it has begin and end. Or no, I guess. Some of them aren't. Yes, if I want constant iterators, then I have to use C++23 for some reason. It seems a little bit odd to me. Just a bit. A view? How about a view? Can I create a view? Is that a thing that I can do? View is a concept. Uh-huh. Empty view. Single view. A single view. Too many views. So many views. range. A range. This has begin and end. So why would this not work? Oh, the bedtime. User experience on this website. Maybe not the best. I mean, it does have everything there, but it's so kind of difficult. Find what I want. A sized range. Forward list. Not a forward list. Well, maybe the spans are just a hassle of some kind. Maybe I just need to use lower bound without ranges because ranges wants to give me a headache. Because of course it does. Yeah, what if we just use... What if we use lower bound without the range? Is that going to make a difference, or do I need to start passing parameters around? What else would be very nice? Me of my stupid language server stop dying all the time. That would just be fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. You'd almost just say it's absolutely fantastic. Why is Deck not a member of Spam Iterator? Correction is not a member of Spam Iterator. Static with no variable. Cannot convert from initializer list to a spam? Very, too much, Term does not evaluate to a function taking two arguments. What the hell does that mean? Template parameter is a bit ambiguous. Why is it ambiguous? Because this is a uint 16. This is an int 32. Is that why it's ambiguous? Is that why you don't want to behave properly? Since we want this to be integer, integerified or something. Integer ified. Integerified. Yeah, that's a word. How about ranges with the integers? This thing is not behaving well. It is just not going to go for me, is it? No, it's not. Can I index into a span? Is that a thing? If that's not a thing, maybe it should be. Can it be used? Yes, it can be used. Constraint? What are the constraints? I kind of hate C++ error messages sometimes. They're not helpful. They're very much not helpful. Why am I writing stuff from scratch? Because it doesn't work otherwise. Premium quality example of something which confuses me greatly. Static array. Can I make one of these stupid things without a size? I'm gonna say probably not. Deduction. Yeah, apparently I can. Apparently we can, but it's not. It doesn't say anything about that up here, no? Or if it does, it's not very clear. It is not clear at all. Alright, can we just deduce stuff? Or no? How about no? How about no? Deduction is not allowed, apparently. I can't deduce the length. And I can't... Ugh. No, let's just undo my way back to, something that might sort of vaguely work. Mm. Mm. What if I make a structure of my own? Which is like some container. And then it holds a reference to the table. And then what if I give my evil container to the lower bound function? Arrays of references are illegal. What if it's a reference? What if it's an array reference? No, that doesn't. Oh, that makes sense. Maybe it can be a pointer. A nice evil standard pointer. I am missing something here. Clearly. Maybe the comparison function? I think maybe I'm missing the comparison function. I think maybe that has something to do with it. I think C++ should maybe just tell me what's wrong instead of making me guess 15 different ways. But no. It's just sort of no. Performs comparisons. It just performs comparison functions. Do I want less or do I want... I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want anymore. I want my language server to work again. That'd be nice. Hello there. I guess congratulations on having all of the text. Comparison. Do I need to implement the comparison or do I have to like give it something? Darn it. That's not Vim. Does not edit like Vim. Projected comparison. The template language is also not easy to read. So that's not helpful. Let's give that. What if we put one of those in there? Oh, that's stupid. Okay, what if we do it like that? Okay, that's also sort of allowed. Does it do what I ask it to do? It's the real question. That is the real question. To do what I want it to do. Yeah, I think that will work. Nice if I had an exponent to test with or something. I'm like, yeah, that'd be nice about that. Here's one now. Whatever shall we do with it? Return a valid number? Oh yes, that makes too much sense. Who wants to return valid numbers? Alright, then I'd be evil. I think then I will wrap this in a while statement. Specifying while the expression, the exponent, is greater than 0. Yeah. We'll just keep applying correction terms until it's nice and messy. I see no way in which this could go horribly wrong. I foresee no complications with this that could cause me tremendous amounts of grief. I just need to find a number that is not in the table. Like this 99 thing. 96 is almost assuredly too large. So our best adjustment is 34. Now remember that being in the table. I think that's the end of the table. I think that's an error. I think the lower bound function has failed me. I think the lower bound function does not do what I want it to do. Now this is not finding. And less than or equal doesn't find anything. So it has to be less with the existing elements. First element not less than a given value. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Say not less than. So very. So many. Is there like a back of this thing? Or can I use end? -1. No, we want the scan. The scan value. Put that in there. Yeah. It is not happy. I think I forgot. A paren. Somehow. Wait, is this the thing that I want to check out? I think it might be. I think it might be. Well, that is completely and totally wrong. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent task there. Yeah. Incredibly unhelpful. Let's try some bigger correction values, maybe. Yeah, like 30 and 100 from earlier. And maybe I also want like 50. You know, something kind of sort of close-ish. You know, to step up 96. It's a lot. It's a lot of numbers. And I also don't think it's exactly the amount of numbers that I want to step upwards by. But I also just don't know. It's kind of incomprehensible once you get to a certain point. Wait, how did that go negative? Not supposed to go negative. Why is this returning 100? This function is whack. This function has caused me too much trouble. This just E. It's just sort of kind of E. What if I want the element towards the end? What if I want to stretch? To accomplish the stretch, yeah. In order to fulfill the stretch, I will have to actually, you know, maybe actually sort of stretch. Seems like a good idea. Yeah. Oh, my back. Oh, my back, please. I guess I'll get up for a second here. And stretch or something. Yeah. This sounds like a good idea. Ow. Ow. Ooh, yow. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow. Dot card. Dot card. Somebody's putting cards with dots on them. Ow, 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 ow. How am I doing on liquids? You know, I might need more water as well. Yeah, I'm gonna get some more water real quick. I have returned. I have stretched. I have water. I have taken the lazy option of not putting up one of my break screens, despite the fact that I probably should. The amount of time that I spend walking away from things. Getting out of my chair is an adventure and a half. It well and truly is. I'm just like, oh, I'll just get this thing real quick. Oh, I'll just do this thing real quick. 10 minutes later. Damn, it's been 12 minutes. More hydration. All the hydration. You just drink some of the water that I've acquired. Let's see, if the adjustment is not equal to the end, yeah, and the adjustment decimal value is greater than the scan value. Back up. Hmm. No, if it is end, else if it's end, we back up. If it's not end, and it's bigger, then we back up. Yeah. Unless we're at the beginning. Then we don't back up. Or it's somehow mysteriously smaller. Which, you know, that could be a thing. Alright, I added like 100 in there. So that's not gonna... It's not gonna break. I have to step. Slowly. Which is kind of how I'm like doing my hydration. I take a number of bonus sips over the course of a few minutes until I feel properly refreshed. Alright, so this should be 96 and decimal. We find 100, which is too much. So we back up. Which gives me the more reasonable value of, I think it's 50? Yeah, 50. So then we do one of these correction things. Which is nice and good and fine and well and whatnot. I don't even know if this would work iteratively or not. I've never tested this on a smaller scale. So now we have 20. The lexer and the parser. And now you will be able to hopefully lex and parse all of the things. Wait, did I not? I never reset that. Yeah, if we're gonna do the whole iterative thing, we actually have to iterate. Iteratively iterate, otherwise, yeah, things are going to go awry numerically. I love it when I find these little errors. Kind of suggests to me that I almost am closer to something actually working correctly. So yeah, this is going to adjust this leftwards till it's normalized. And then we do it again. Give it some space. We adjust it a little bit. We normalize it again. Give it some space. We normalize it again. And then it is hopefully properly adjusted. Then we put it in the place, and then we drop it into a floating point value, and it is inaccurate. Slightly. It's a little bit lower than I'd like, but it's really close. Might I ask what you are lexing and parsing today? Or in context, at least. So, now that that kind of works. Maybe I grab some correction factors for, I don't know, 90? The Lua. The Lua. Interesting. The Lua. Not the Lua. Anything but the Lua. I'm going to take this function here. I'm going to copy it. Without the dots. And then I'm going to change it. So I want the first part. And then I want to instead return a string. Yeah, a string. With these little curly braces. And it's P, B, and then X, V. Maybe these have to be stringified as well. I think. Then we call this. Gives me something that I can copy. A little bit easier. Who am I kidding? A lot of bit easier. I don't even have to fix it. So convenient. Too convenient. So I'll just throw a few of these in here. Like so. For a variety of different exponents. Can you imagine part 2 where I make negative exponents? Because I'm going to need to do that as well. That's sort of kind of oof. That's sort of, kind of, oof. Oh, what do I want to do? 11 to 3... 308? I don't think I could go up to 308. Or how about we print? Yeah, like so. Then I get multi-line output. I feel like these shouldn't be 0 on the end. That's a little odd to me. Also missing 300, which I want in the list. Right now that I have a thoroughly significant-ified table, significant-ified. I don't think that's a word. Yeah. It might just be a hunch, but I don't think that's a word. It's like, does R ever equal anything? Turns out that yes, R does in fact equal something. We just kind of throw out those bits, apparently. What if that extra bit makes a difference? What then? What then? We're just tossing it. It's probably fine. I didn't need that extra bit anyway. Or maybe I did. I don't know. Still seems really weird that we are so far off, unless that's all it can do. Like, I feel like I should be able to represent this number. It's kind of a it's a big number of sorts, but very can we copy that? And I casually paste it into this reference website that I have off screen here. I don't know if I could make it more precision than that. I think that's about as accurate as I can get it to go. It's just ever so slightly less. But I guess that's close enough in floating point terms. Yeah. Zero. One. Again? Seems close enough to me. Negative zero. Or negative zeros. This one, which we don't handle because it's less than. Again. True, false. Those things. Yeah. I'm getting closer. We are getting much, much closer. It looks like positive exponents work fine. They approximate decently well, I think. I want to say decently well. So now I need to do the second part of my mission, which is to add inverse values. When we go less than 0. Yes, the infamous negatives. Not negative. Negative exponents. The fractional parts. The thing that makes floating point numbers truly special. So if I use my magic correction function for -1, we get a float value. Not what I expected, but I'm not really sure what I expected. I guess because we're using the power function. So I have like 10. Then we raise that to the power -1. Then we get a float value in Lua, or Python. Python, yeah. You said Lua, and now I got Lua on the brain. We don't want a float value. So I figured earlier that I would have the perfect solution to this dilemma. We will divide. We will divide by a very special number to derive what I call a multiplicative inverse. What most of the world probably calls a multiplicative inverse. Because it turns out that you can multiply values by reciprocals. And reciprocals yield values that make sense. And it turns out that the same thing also works in binary. Which is exactly how floating point numbers do it. They use reciprocals. Sort of. Although I'm pretty sure that the divide function still kind of divides. However, so the way this works, you have a number, which I will print out with hex. And your number is just 1 shifted to the left some number of times. Let's say 64 times. Pretty big number. And then we divide that number by the number we actually want, which is, in this case, let's say the reciprocal of 10. Now we get this number. So if I were to take this number and then multiply it by 10, and we get something that looks kind of incomprehensible. But if we print that out, it's very, very, very close to our original. Very extremely close. I think part of the reason it isn't is maybe related to the number of bits I used here. So let's use 68 bits. So we'll take this number and then we'll multiply it by 10. It's still so close. Okay, what if we add 1 to it? Yeah, now we're talking. Yeah, we add that 1 and then we right shift it by 64? 68? Yeah, the original 68. Now we get 1. So what I've essentially done is figure out the reciprocal of 10 when you multiply it together, and then we bit shift. And that will become the correction factor, because we multiply by the correction factors. Also, hello there. Welcome back to the floating point madness. So this first number I came up with, 1 left shifted by 68. It's basically 64, I think. I think. Oh, my brain. My brain does not want to do the thing. So, maybe could squeeze more bits out of this. Oops. Because it starts with a 1. We don't necessarily want the 1 right there, but maybe it's fine if we just... I don't know, shift this to the left a few times. Nope, that totally freaks it out. Like, maybe if we went upwards by some amount. I don't know what that amount would be, though. So that's like 68 plus 9. Okay, I don't really understand that. Maybe it's because I added more bits here. Yeah, it could be that. Because I added more bits. Damn it. Alright, I figured it out. Don't add more bits. But we can apparently push it to the left, and then we can shift it back over to the right by an amount. And it works out. So very so. And I'm gonna right shift that. 9, 8. So it's exactly 64. And we add 1 to it. It should be n times 10, right shifted by 64, plus those extra 3 bits that we did. Yeah, it's 1. Okay. And this should work for all of the digits. Math is crazy sometimes. So yeah, that's a mathematical, that's an inverse. A multiplicative inverse. Now I just have to figure out how to generate one of those. Programmatically. For all values that I put in. So, maybe I take this silly corrections function and we turn that into a script and then we run that. Where am I? Where am I? Do I have any of them on here? I think I do. Yep, NeoVim inside of a terminal. How delicious is that? So I'll take my copied function from earlier. It's not my copied function from earlier. maybe make the changes to it that I had before. Or maybe not, I don't know. It's very blinky. It's maybe a little bit too blinky. Seizure warning? Question mark? Okay, so if p is greater than or equal to 0, easy case. Apparently my indentation in here is very different from... Why so much blinking? Why so much blinking all the time? No. No, don't do that. That's irritating. Because now I'm annoyed at it. You don't put semicolons. Today is not semicolons. Tomorrow is the world. The great wide world. So, I want to take that value. The magical value. The bit length. No, wait, I need the what's it called? What's it called? The power. I need the power. Or you just do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Is it the length? It's the length. Yeah, I think it's the length. And then we have a compute a value which is 1 left shifted by the, let's see, 64 plus the length that we compute there. Then we integer divide by the value that we got out of the reciprocal function. And then and then what then? Yeah, what then? That's a good question. I think we take the value we've found, and then we either go up or we go down. I'm not exactly entirely sure which. It's 63, that's the high byte. Bit, high bit. The high bit, high bit. Okay, well that's 0. Where's it and? V is greater than 0. V will be left shifted by 1, and then our bit length, I think we increment that by 1. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work because this is going to be slightly larger. Significantly. Yes, these are going to be very, very big numbers. So we have to right shift them first. So that won't work. I have to right shift. So V is going to have a length, a bit length. Which might be different from the first length. So we'll set that to L. Let's see, I think I want... $64 or something, maybe? Yeah, 64 minus the bit length. So if it's very far away, we will put it back into range, hopefully. Hopefully, kind of, sort of, perhaps, maybe not. I don't know. I have to figure out this adjustment function, though. Because how far away it goes kind of depends heavily on that correcting bit count thing, and I don't know if I don't know which value that will be. Will it be L? Will it be other value? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's -1. Very, yeah. Oh, it's like U plus X. So, that's different. Not really what I was expecting. Then again, I don't really know what I was expecting here. Maybe it's supposed to be -1? Yeah, -1. Very -1. Too much -1. I don't want that. Wait, L is just straight up 0. Is it really? Is it really? So if we multiply this number by 10, Let me right shift that by 64 plus 3. It's 0. I think I forgot to add 1. I want to add that 1. The extra 1 is kind of vaguely important. It's 1. Yeah, okay. 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 Kind, sort of. Okay. Hello there. Welcome. So, I want to maybe not return L. And then I think we're also going to negate B. And I don't need those. Now I can escape from this blinking hell. Although it would be very nice if it would print out things in an order that I could use them. You know, just little things. Just the little things. I do like 30 to 30 to 2, like going backwards. Maybe I should have tested this in a rebel first. Yeah, it doesn't include 2. That's fine. I can do another range. So we can do X out here. We can do X times 10. I think that should be decent as far as precision goes. Unless I want to be extra precise about all of the values. Except these are not negative. I want negative values. Like so. yeah, now we're just gonna take all of these and like paste them in here. Sort of as is. Hopefully they work correctly. If they don't, then I got scammed. Get ripped off. I want my floating point precision back. This one's defective. I don't know if I need to adjust backwards if we're going the other way. So because I know this works, we're just going to copy this. And we're going to flip the numbers around. And then I'm going to try and guess. I guess maybe I'd want the upper bound here, probably. Yeah, this is gonna be like completely backwards. Just totally, completely backwards. No big deal. This one got renamed. Don't know if I have a test case for this, but maybe I do somewhere. The table is, yeah, it's a table now. It's just a bit of a table. Today's first value on the chopping block here has an exponent of negative 99. Because isn't that just fun? And I cannot read negative hexadecimal that well. Stupid upper bound command. It gives me the opposite of what I want. Complete and total opposite. What if I switch it? What if this one? We set this one to the lower bound. No, that didn't do it either. The hydration. More delicious hydration? Well, I guess we're genuinely looking for minus 102, but that seems kind of odd. I don't remember what this value is. Minus 999.999. I feel like I have to add one of the bias values into the equation here if it's negative. I could be wrong though. I could be very, very wrong. But I think it may be. Maybe it makes sense. Yeah, this value here. That value there. I think that's supposed to mess with the exponent. Which I guess it did if it's 9 minus... It's minus 102. Yeah. I don't know why I'm looking at the numbers for. They're total nonsense. Just can't see the bit pattern. I mean, what if I want to see the bit pattern? Are we even going the right way? I don't even know. I want to say probably maybe not. Yeah. I would say it's not the worst thing in the world. But that just doesn't look anywhere close. And I don't know if it's because I did it wrong, or if it's because I forgot to throw in an extra value. Like, what if bit adjustments just happen to magically end up becoming 10 somehow? Yeah, what if that happened? I think it's in the reciprocal codes, though. Like, that made it too big. It definitely made it a bit too big. So I'm guessing. I'm gonna guess normalization. Normalization has failed me. It's definitely failed me here somehow. Like, maybe it doesn't work going in reverse? Barren tomatoes. Delicious tomatoes. Delicious tomatoes. Yeah, what if we don't discard bits? Instead, we're going to adjust by going the other way. Yeah, the other way. The other way. Why didn't I think of that? So we will right shift and then exponent. Do I want to increment? It feels like I should increment. Sort of kind of feel like I should increment. Or maybe come up with some test cases here. easy-ish things. Sorta, maybe. Just a few. A few test cases. No big deal. We'll just stop there, and then we will run this to fruition. And hopefully it lands here, exactly where we want it to land. -1. Hello there. -1 should be easy, right? I have the NeoVim tag. Yes, because we added in NeoVim in the background. Frequently. And then I debug with Visual Studio because I'm crazy like that. And because I haven't found a good plugin for debugging. So yeah, it is what it is. That it doesn't get used, does it? No. We got -1, -1. That's not confusing. Yeah, that's not confusing. Alright, so we got my very mysterious value here, which would look a little bit more concise in hexadecimal. And then we got my magic inverse correction thing. NeoVim and Emacs. The dynamic duo. So that's a value. This one, that's a value. It is definitely a value. That is still very much a value. What's our binary value? -3. It's -3. Is it supposed to be -3? I don't know. Emacs as a window manager. Emacs be like, look at me. I am the operating system now. Because it really is. Yeah, anyways. Go back to hexadecimal. My weird correction. Got my sort of value out of there. Because that number isn't hexadecimally cursed. And then we add? No, add? I don't know if we want to add in this case, if we're going backwards. I think we just... go backwards. There's a Tesla layoff? Nope, I haven't heard of that. Not at all. Seems kind of a not terribly nice thing to do. Seems kind of rude. Be like, here, you like your jobs? Well, too bad. You don't get, you keep your jobs. You're not allowed. Can I make this +1 into the value? Where's my terminal? Where did I put it? It's over here. Yeah, so I think this one is 1. Left shift by 63 in this case. Delicious. And then we multiplied that by our very infamous conversion factor to get this number. Which is, I think, basically the number I want. So I get rid of one of these. In the end here. Let's see, what would that be? 4? Probably 4. Yeah, no, not 4. Not 4. We want to get rid of that add. We don't need that. Don't want the add. VI mode in the terminal. No, but with the number of times where I've been like, I really want this to be in VI mode, I might have to try that. Now let's get rid of the implicit addition thing. It's almost like I'm writing an entirely different table function or something to go the other direction. It's very similar, but yet very not. And you know what else would help? The F, I actually put the value that I want into the register that I want it in. Escape. Must escape. There is no escape from VI. Well, it's kind of fun that it's a thing that exists. Control X, Control E. I don't know if that works in like in Python though. No, Python will not accept that. But this one will. It's not quite the same because it accesses a file. So hit escape. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Sure. Oh, that's kind of funny. Try to use my terminal now, I dare you. If you come from a regular terminal, you're like, wait, what does all this button do? Can't use Control C though. You have to use escape. We have to use escape. Yeah. Now we can echo. Can't, like find? No? Echo, 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 cho. Okay, that one's not the same apparently. That command is different from VI. It's like 0, and yeah, I have to use those instead. Can't enter command mode though. Oh, the nerve. Could you imagine? Imagine if you were just to like, I don't know, delete too many words. Yeah, delete all the words. Or we can just edit it, apparently. I'll have to play around with that some more, but yeah, that's kind of fun. The old Russian guy. Привет? Why do I do this? They know what they're up to, apparently. Clearly. So yeah, now A is my cursed number. Now we just shift that over somewhat. Yep, just once. Uh-huh. It's 0.399999. I don't know if it's supposed to be 0.39999999. Or if it's supposed to be... the heck was my input? 1e minus 1... No, no, don't think it's supposed to be 0.399999. I think I messed that up. Damn it, going backwards is so much harder. Maybe I have to correct going the other way? The other way. I gotta move that table as well. Yeah, our... what's this? -3. We're currently at 123, I think. 3FF. Well, that's the 0 point. So we moved by 0.3. And my my notes on this matter tell me that I should have moved by like should move by like -4. And we do have to a bit shift in here, so maybe this should be minus. Let's see what that does for me. I don't know if that's right or not, but it looks... Number. Does math and brain. Brain breaks. Point 99999999992. I might be cooking with plasma now. I might be cooking with plasma. It looks like it's a little bit closer. All right, this one is like point. Yeah, it's like 100th, which should be a lot of nines, I think. Still think my corrections are not quite corrected the right direction, though. It's just sort of a hunch that I have. I might be completely and totally wrong about that. I don't know. I don't know if this will display imprecise, partially rounded values or not. Like if we copy this, paste that into a converter. Yeah, it's ever so slightly. Ever so slightly off. And I don't know if that's actually what I want or if I'm just really bad at trying to work out the amount of precision required. Like maybe I need to pull in another bit. Or maybe I don't. I'm not entirely sure. Like, do I want to round up or do I want to round down? This feels like one of those floating point gotchas that I'm just not entirely certain of. Wait, how did that not trigger the breakpoint? How did that not trigger the breakpoint? Did I? No, I was already in here, wasn't I? 1.001. I mean, that's sort of not totally incorrect, I guess. It's maybe not as accurate as I might like, but and maybe I can tweak it. Yeah, maybe we can tweak it. What's it, like 64 minus 12? There's 52 bits to work with. So if like the bit went right after 52 is like a 1, then we could just borrow it. Yeah, we just borrow an extra bit. I'm sure no one will mind, right? I don't know if I really want to put an if in here, but I kind of do. I don't know if that's a bit. It's certainly a number. It's certainly a represent. Why am I not making this word? Like representation. Reparable? Doesn't sound right either. Representable? Representable, that's the word. A very representable number. The representation of the number. Do I want to round or do I not want to round? For specific cases. You know, I'll just stick it on the end here. And then if I am terribly wrong, then I am terribly wrong, and it can be fine, and it can be incorrect. And stuff like that. Just as it goes. So I want the value. The only printable ASCII character with only one bit set. That's impressive. Unless you accept spaces. Nobody sends spaces. Send spaces. We need all the spaces we can get. So I want to add... Right, no, I don't want to add. I want to take the value. I need to mask the value. Mask the value. The value shall be the value that we have specified. And the value, it shall be of value to me. So I want not 0, And we want the upper 52 bits. I just want a 52-bit number. Minus 1. And then left shift again by like 12. Oh, yeah, because that's so much easier than writing the constant that I need here. Because in some ways, it really is. Yeah, I want this number. This delicious number. I mean, this sort of almost conveys intent. But then again, it also kind of doesn't. Like, I could make this number by doing, let's see, 1 left shift 12, was it? 12 decimal, not hexadecimal, because that's not exactly what I want at all. No. I guess what I really want. Also, hello there. The battle. The battle rages onwards. Well, there's some good news. I have positive exponents working properly. The fractional exponents kind of work, or like the negative ones. The negative ones kind of work. They're ever so slightly off, so I decided I would implement rounding. I don't know why, but I feel like implementing rounding. So I think what I actually kind of want here is not 0, x or 1 or left shift by 12 minus 1. Which maybe is just a constant expression. Which will be the rounding mask. So yeah, we're gonna take that, le paste, floating decimal. It was 2 nights ago where I had first started trying to attack floating point decimals. And then after a few hours yesterday off stream, I started to figure out how to make the positive exponents work. And then on stream today, figured out how to get positive exponents to work all the way. Figured out how to get negative exponents to mostly work. So now I have a function that is actually surprisingly almost ready, I think, to be put into my production, air quotes. Maybe rounding will help me round out the problem. I don't know. The revenge on the floating point numbers has been delicious and long in the making. Yeah, we take this, we just right shift that by 1. At which point it doesn't really matter. It could literally just be not that extra bit, but here we are. I don't know if there's going to be overflow or not. Overflow. Yeah, what if my rounding results in overflow? Does that mean I have to poke the exponent? So yeah, if the high bit gets cleared, that means we carried. So maybe we just increment the exponent. Yeah, because that can't possibly end poorly for me. What do I win? 0.1? 0.00002. What do you think? Close enough? Accurate? Imprecise? Well-rounded? I mean, that's practically 1, isn't it? But it's kind of not. Like, what if I went too far? What if I went too far? What if we just say, XOR? We flip the bit. Who doesn't want to flip the bit? Okay, that doesn't really quite do it. Not quite what I want. What about if we do 11? Like we round off at the end. And then we add. What if I went too far in the wrong direction? One point. One. No, what kind of nonsense is this? We're shifting over by an extra bit. So that bit's going to be visible. Yeah. Okay, that's the smaller than value then. That one doesn't quite work the same. Alright, so maybe we stick with bit 11, which is actually where the thing happens because bit shifts. Yeah, this bit shift here will make it so that whatever happens to bit 12 is in the midst of the value. Then bit 1, 11, bit 11 bit 11, that's so, I think that's so very, very close. Yeah. The random IEEE calculator I found will just round that value perfectly to 0.1. So I guess rounding up works fine. Oh, that one looks really nice. That one looks better. The rest of these should still hopefully behave. Those are invalid, so they kind of don't entirely work. This one kind of sort of works a weird way. That one's nicely sort of almost rounded, except the 4 there. I don't know about that. That one's sort of nice. I don't know. See, I just don't know if I should trust that. Do I want to round down for the negative exponents, or do I want to round up? Do I want to round up for the negative exponents? Rounding down for These positive ones. Indecisions. Some of them round differently than others, which is expected, I guess. Not all of them round up and down the same way, though. What if I copied this one? What would this one do if I put it in here? Basically rounds to 1. Okay. So at least my implementation agrees with a somewhat standards compliant-ish parser, I think. Yeah. I think numbers have been parsed. I have successfully parsed the numbers. I did it. Mission complete. For now, hopefully. Victories. All the victories. All of the victories. I wish I had studied my Cyrillic better. I only know like 5 of those letters. And not the ones that you might not think. Not the ones you might think. Very. Very, very, very. I'm just gonna... translate into Google. Is Russian? High quality Russian? Hi there? Apparently means not for all. Apparently, according to Google. I don't know how much I trust Google, but... Hello. Привет. I don't speak much Russian. I don't speak any Russian, really. No, like 2 words. Welcome. Okay, that's not true. I know like 4 words. But that's still not very many words. We be coding. We have accomplished victory. We have achieved the numbers according to the debugger. All of the numbers that I have found here parse correctly. All of them. What more could I ask for? What more could I ask for? Numbers that make sense? I got some very entertaining numbers. Oh, what's some good numbers? I need some more numbers. Some more tricky floating point numbers. We must test all of the floating point numbers. Math. We have the Vim. We have the Neo-Vim. It has revealed itself. No more debugging. We want numbers. 3D. It was this file? I wanna say, and then we go down to the bottom. Realize this is the wrong file. Realize that is the wrong file. Here's some good numbers. Yeah, let's just copy these. And then stringify them. The goal of the code. Well, the project as a whole is a game engine. Written entirely from scratch. And today, floating point numbers. I am parsing floating point numbers. Again, from scratch. Most people would give up. Most people would use the standard library. But me, I am crazy. I am crazy enough to write my own floating point conversion routine. So here we are, with a custom floating point conversion routine. It's just got a few things in it. Probably should move this table before I try to tell myself that I should move this table again. Yeah, we're just gonna put that in here. Like so. Yep, make sure that's out of the way. Put that silly comments, maybe not there. And go there. To remind myself how I'm going to mess up later on. Now to try these numbers, which are very suspiciously similar to the constant for pi. You know, just as you do. So over here, you can kind of just barely make it out. But we've parsed this number into this floating point value according to this debugger anyways. And it works for most of these things. The future of the OO. Yeah, we have the technology. We can finally parse floating point numbers. I feel like this should not be an accomplishment, but it is kind of fun that I got it to work. I think that one looks absolutely nothing like the value that I just put in. We did it. I broke it. It's not anywhere close. Yep. We parse floating point numbers. Except the ones that break the parser. Yeah, we don't talk about the ones that break the parser. Yeah, those. About those. Uh-huh. Yeah, about that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, uh-huh. So, these break the parser in new and exciting ways. Probably because I put too many digits on them and you have to ignore digits up to a certain point. Which I'm supposed to be doing by specifying this this check here. I guess I wasn't. You can comfortably fit, I think, 19 digits. And then things get a little questionable. Yeah. It's also off by an order of magnitude. Thanks, extra digits. An operator on floats that is not kinda cursed. Yeah, I'd probably say multiplication. Because it's like literally the easiest one to implement. And it's decently self-consistent. We got the blue hair today. Maybe the input exponent doesn't change. You know? You know. It's just as it does. Fractional bias. Floats can be denormalized. They're always denormalized. If you do any kind of operation on them, they can easily end up getting denormalized. So that's fun. That is all sorts of fun. Okay, yeah. And now this particular bit of fun is brought to you by parsing too many digits. At some point, we just have to say no. Can't take any more of your filthy digits. Keep them off me. So this should input all of them. I think. And if we have any left over, we'll subtract them. Make a computer part that, you know, mainly operates on floating point numbers. Tons of floating point numbers. In all the formats imaginable. Only communicate back to the user based on pixel colors. Unless you're, like, really desperate. Make that the most complicated part of the entire computer. Or at least the most expensive? Sell everyone one of these things? Maybe multiple of them? It sounds like a pretty solid business model to me. Yeah, I think that's the right order. Let's try this one more time, shall we? That one is good. That one has too many digits, but it has now truncated it to an acceptable limit. Yeah, that works nicely. We can parse all of the floating point numbers now. Never mind the fact that I snip off extra little bit of the digits. I could squeeze that extra few fraction of a bit into the buffer without too much effort. What am I saying? I could actually, that would take quite a bit of effort. That would take extra effort. To make sure that we have those little extra bits that we didn't drop them. You sleep now? Have sleep? Have good sleep now? Yeah. But this is where I say it must be robust. 404. Sleep not found. It must be extremely robust. We must make it extremely robust. I want those extra bits. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. Trying to fit them into the buffer will cause me all sorts of grief. I don't want to touch that. Maybe I leave it as a to-do? Do I call it good enough? Or do I make it better? Don't know. We don't know. I just don't know. We'll leave it. Work on an MMO. Not trying to work on an MMO today, though. Necessarily. Unless I, like, implemented an MMO engine using the server side of my project. I go back to model loading, probably. GLTF. I could convert the input class into something different. Yeah, like we could say that instead of parsing the numbers into JSON number objects, we could return standard optional. Have the input object be like a thing that I can use to parse anything and everything under the stars, not just JSON. Too much JSON object. Too much JavaScript object notation. Not enough JavaScript. There's no JavaScript here, though. Alright, I have not had a proper break for a few hours. It might be snack time. But at the very least, I have to get out of my chair. I've been sitting too long. Sitting too long. So I'm just gonna put these here. And then I'm going to, I'll be back shortly, hopefully. And then I will figure out what the next part of the project will be. Be it more parsing of things, or a complete change of pace. Because I think number parsing is good. Good enough. Yep. I have no idea what it's doing. I should probably write myself some comments as well. Because I understand it today. But in a week, maybe not so much. Mm-hmm. Yep. Right. Yes. I will be back. very much out, but I have sort of returned with food. I have returned with delicious food. Not exactly sure what it is. Some meat and tomatoes thing. And now I have some toast to go with it. No, no, please. No, not the slurp. Anything but the slurp. Slurp's brains. Ah, yes, delicious brains. I don't know, beats me. Oh, come on. Yeah. And it is bread. It is a kind of bread, but that's not the kind of bread that I have. Not at all. Instead, I have the meaty tomato soup. And then it's there with some regular slices of bread. It's like some kind of white bread. They're definitely very traditional bread slices. It's not even the good kind of bread. I say the good kind. It's a decent. It's a decent kind of bread. The bread. Bad. Bread. One of those words. It's very meaty. Maybe there's too much meat in it. I mean, it's sort of minced up a little bit. But there's still like chunks in it. Maybe a cubic centimeter in size at the largest. Yeah, that seems like pretty close. Close average size, I think. And there isn't like tomatoes. It's it's not like sauce. It's more like a soup. Bread. Meaty parts on the bread, then it makes the bread taste better, right? Right. The Limpsa, the Minsa thing? No, it's not. This is a completely different game. It certainly has a certain sound to it, though, that's for sure. Alright, food has been eaten. Was very delicious, as I may have alluded to. If only I could breathe properly. Could almost breathe properly yesterday. Almost. Just almost. Would be news to me. This is good music, though. Oh yeah, something's stuck in my teeth. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's turn that off. The numbers? The numbers don't lie. Until they start lying to me. So, very, very so. And so I have a bunch of numbers here. At the end, we have a few piles of numbers. So maybe we go back to parsing arrays of numbers? I'm gonna guess. Because why not? And how about... Yeah, what if I defer creating different objects? Specifically arrays. So that I can have an array of numbers. And all of the numbers, they will be valid types. Yeah. Make all the numbers into valid types. How about that? That sounds like an idea. Or I try to get those extra little bits. We try to squeeze them out of the what's it called? Out of the thing. Yeah, I don't know exactly where. I'm gonna end up putting multiple bits. But nothing says that this adjustment has to happen there. As far as I know, and apart from my file does not exist. What do you mean this file does not exist? Did it go there, or did it go in the other place? The shader. Yeah, I don't know. What I do know is that my language service really hates this file. kind of wild. I also know that these tables are ridiculously huge. And I kind of want to be able to do a sort of integer conversion function thing. What did I say? 18? Then we want to, like, shift the value around. Yeah, shift the values. Because that's not going to break everything. Right? Right? Okay, what if the input goes over the value that I want? Yeah, Then what? Then what? Then I need to take some of the bits. We have to stash them. Some of the delicious bits. The stash. Yes, the delicious stash. Whatever shall we do with the delicious stash? So this should perform integer conversion, I think. Probably. Is it worth doing? I don't know. It might be, though. Bit tedious instead of, like, adjusting all the way in one go, though. These still appear to be working. It's just amazing to me. It is just amazing to me how well it parses things after all of the efforts, the vast number of efforts. Bye bye. See you again. Right now I don't have as many people to talk to. $1.4 is such a lovely value, isn't it? Yeah. Because that's exactly what we need in life. 1 point, not quite 0.14. Or the other way. The other way. The other way, though. The other way. The way that makes the sense. Wait, aren't all of my pointers 16 aligned or something silly like that? What if? What if we exploited this fact? In new and mysterious ways. I don't know if that's a good idea. But if all the pointers are going to be aligned, I figure, like, why not? Why don't we just make them into things? Things, yep, lovely things. All those lovely things. Yeah, I finished number parsing and now I'm like completely at a loss for what I'm going to do next. Other than maybe make it better. That can sort of wait, I think. I did make it marginally better. Kind of. Include. Include. Optional? Let's add optional to the mix here. Optional is my friend. Optional shall be what we return from parse number. Yeah, so instead of unique pointer, it can be optional. Yeah, and then we can return optional none or something. I don't remember. Make optional. Can make an optional. Let's return like empty things like that. differ. It differs greatly. Then we go to this input thing. The parser. Like a stream parser. Or maybe it's a string view parser. Well, whatever it is, it certainly parses things. I like lines and columns. Columns and lines and column lines and lines of columns. Why are we like this? Why does it keep doing this to me? It's stopped working again. Frustration is immeasurable. Kind of. Not write file. Why cannot write file? Is there even anything in any of these? I mean, there's something in there. As for what it is, I don't know. There, no more random files. Happy now? Can we quit without you complaining? If we stick the cursor on a line, we still don't go back to the line. Stupid thing. It's like, oh well. Oh well. has value. Maybe has value. Maybe if we don't have a value, then we fail. Yeah, we just fail. Otherwise, we can make unique things like JSON numbers. The parsed value. Yeah. I kind of like it. It sort of makes sense. And then maybe I could use it somewhere else in the project for who knows what horrors. What horrors await me. Oh, what horrors await me. Array. Array value. Get the back of the stack, because that rhymes. No. Just no. No, 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 no. Can't have no. Maybe we can't have no. We can have all the no. Too no for me. Vector of values. Just a little vector. Just a little vector full of values. Pointers to values, no less. And so that's kind of fun. Well, if we don't want pointers to values. Then what? Then we have to follow the ancient technique. The deep, dark, ancient techniques. Yeah. So to get an array, a real array, let's say, not supposed to rhyme this day. Now we can go up here. To number. Yeah, the number. And then we will put the number into some sort of object. I don't know if I need the current value. To be scoped like that. Maybe. Maybe I make it variant or something, I don't know. Never tried that before. Yeah, imagine variant. Sounds like fun. Almost. Except not. Not fun. Like the opposite of fun. Alright, so number, let's say. I mean, these objects are already kind of large. Because we have to have a v table. And then we have to have a value. And your value has to match the v table type. But I don't really get anything in terms of value. They're making the v tables different types. So yeah. Yeah. I guess I could make it like maybe a unique pointer. I wonder what's in a unique pointer. Virtual? I don't even know. I don't know. It's scary in there. It's a very specific value, though. A little bit too specific. Too specific. So very specific. Mm. Hype. I feel like false should go. Maybe not there. But after true. Because reasons. Very specific reasons. I don't think I actually gain much by moving these. Yeah. Not at all. Except maybe the vectors. Just a nice, delicious vector. But why? Why is the cat spinning? Because it's dizzy? Maybe? Maybe it's just sitting on top of a Roomba. And the Roomba goes round and round and round and round and round and round and round, round and round, 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 round. The cat may never know. I don't necessarily know either. Unique pointer of value. Yeah, whatever value is. Whatever it is, it's a value. What if I just... And this might sound kind of weird. But like take the pointer values that I get from the operating system and just ignore some of the bits Sure, no one would mind, right? If we just... We're parsing strings. I guess we are not parsing numbers anymore. The numbers, we've parsed the numbers. Yeah. We've parsed the numbers, and now. You would be right about that. We're parsing numbers successfully. So now we're parsing JSON for the hard way. Yeah, we'll just update that right quick. Yep. Sure. You saw nothing. Okay, maybe you saw something. But yeah. We're definitely not on numbers anymore. We're onto the higher level constructs, like how to fit way too many values into a pointer. Like, what if we just cram the entire pointer into a floating point value? Yeah, no one's gonna miss that, right? Pointers are only like 52 bits wide, right? At the widest? Because they're gonna be aligned. Or at least I hope they're gonna be aligned. So I don't need the 4 bottom bits. And then we have like 52 bits of floating point space to worry about. So that's at least 56 bits that we can of address space that we can mess around with. And we put them in not a number. We're not even talking about precision here. I'm talking about casting a pointer to a double and then storing it like that. You know, just random computer science type things. Sure, no one will mind, right? For efficiency, war crimes? For something. Raw view, my pair, raw view. Standard delete. Number value. VF pointer. I need to look at the memory. Where is memory? Oh, okay. So yeah, we want to look at the memory. I don't know what that value is. Not evaluate. Why can we not evaluate? Now you evaluate? Now you evaluate. Right. Columns. Let's see. We want the extra wide numbers here. Yeah, the extra wide numbers. So in word number 1, we have a pointer. And you'll notice the top 3 nibbles of the pointer are 0. And the bottom nibble of the pointer is also 0. So it stands to reason that you could take the whole pointer, shift it to the right 4 bits, or a single nibble, and then to the right you can see the structure of a typical floating point number. So instead of all these 9s, you just like copy like this part here and paste it where the 9s go, and then you have a pointer and you've shoved it inside of a float. And then as long as your pointers don't use the extra space up top there, or they use it very extremely sparingly, you will never run out of ways to store pointers. Until you do. So, don't run out of pointers, I guess. Or I could offset them. Yeah, we could just offset them by like which heap they're stored in. Yeah, that would not make it overcomplicated. Yeah, nobody needs that. Because really, no. Who's gonna store numbers? Giant numbers. Like pointers. And floating points. Yeah, who's crazy enough to do that? Who's crazy to allocate giant portions of memory? Yeah, that's all in the effort of saving 8 bytes. Which I think they're going to get allocated anyway, so maybe I'm just... Maybe I'm just not going to do that. Maybe that doesn't... That's not... Yeah, that's not going to work. So, this value. The value, right? Right. Instead of making it virtual, the virtual we're going to make it a function. It's just a function. Instead of making the disruptor virtual, this is going to be a function. Now we can say this is final. I think. Maybe. And then we have 2 variables. We have the type. Map projections. Solve map projections. Do it with hardly any computing power. You mean like Cartesian coordinates? I'm trying to map them onto a globe or something different? Because I can think of a few things that could be. They don't represent well near the poles. Of course not. Of course not. You can't map spherical coordinates to Cartesian coordinates directly. You can try. It doesn't end well. So very so. Yeah, now we convert that into a string view. It's marked as final. You can't do that. Can't do it. Don't do it. Let's say false? False. See, I want the functions below. And I think I'm going to need all of the special functions as well. Like creating a value from another value. I don't know if I want to let you do that. How about we say no? Yeah, we're just gonna say no until I figure out exactly how to maybe deep clone a value, which you definitely don't want to do. Seems like it would be problematic. Just deep clone values. flicker show up on the stream? It's really weird. Make true, returns false. Matching constructor for initialization. Why not? Those are those not the things? Pretty sure those are things. There it is again. Yeah, it doesn't want to let me do that for whatever reason. Toml parser tomorrow night. Oh, I gotta get through GLTF. Unless you really want me to write a Toml parser for some reason. Okay. Okay. That's that. The values. The values. Number? We don't need number. We put number here. Double. Very double. Namespace. Could be namespace. Instead of prefixing everything. Except I stuck it in the global namespace. So, it is what it is, kind of. Kind of have a namespace. We got ourselves a bit of a namespace going here. This one is basically a union. Alright, that's pointer. That's UN. Certainly smells like a namespace. Put a namespace and another namespace. Then namespaces galore. We use string view. I don't really use the file system thing though. I don't know if we use string either. Crazy version of string, not the traditional. Where'd that come from? Swear things are just appearing out of thin air ever since the Fire Nation attacked. That does not refer to a value. Wish mine would complain about things properly. It doesn't, though. For whatever reason. Now, what if we do number? Yeah, like so. All mine likes to do is crash and break and this and that and the other thing. Placeholders, query. It's a lot of options. Options. So many options. Complete unimported. How about false for that? Well, I hate that option. Or maybe it was header insertion. One of those things. One of those things I didn't like. A string. Maybe it's the string. The string. Yeah, I can't even figure out how to tell when it breaks. It just stops responding, and I'm like completely unsure how to debug that. Doesn't tell me how it breaks. Doesn't even tell me if it does break. It just breaks. And then I'm like, why? Why you do this to me? Why it does this to me? Vector of string, vector of int, vector of floating point values. What more could I ask for? Wait a second. These are basically just constructors. Very specific constructors. What would be the point of that even? What would be the point of that? I don't know. Like true and false, these should be the static values, I think. Static values. Standard visit. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. The standard library never ceases to amaze and confuse. Wait, why is this deleted? I don't want to delete that. I want that one. Yeah, we'll take string. I'll be able to copy string. Maybe copy string view. A visitor callable to a variant. I don't know, I don't use the variants much either. So, yeah, there's that. There's that whole thing. Switch statement. Maybe. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Am unsure. See, those don't need to be structures anymore. I think. We have one structure. Value. What more could I ask for? Something sane? No. Obviously not. Forward declarations of things? No. Because we need value. There's not enough value. Kind of almost feel like these data types here. Kind of a yeah. Kind of a yeah. Incomplete type. The capture device. The capture device? Kind of capture device. Motion capture. It's a webcam. It's just an HD webcam. And then it uses one of my, I think 2 or 3 of my CPU cores at all times, just figuring out my pose constantly, 27 times a second. Why 27? I don't know. The other 3 just couldn't make it. It uses a trained model called Open C face, which is like the same model that I think VC face uses. It's whatever that tracking thing is. There's like a tracking AI thing. Tracking AI thing. Although, to be perfectly honest, I think it's based around OpenCV. And then it has some sort of module that loads the model, the tracking model. I can't exactly say that I'm too savvy on the details, but I remember there being some OpenCV code in there because I had to poke at it a little bit in order to get the camera parameters to be correct. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I wonder if I can type def these. No, I think it's the other way. So much blinking. There's so much random blinking. I don't know where it comes from. I could have used a regular expression. Make my life easier. But no. I did not. I didn't do it. It's too late now. We're already editing things. There's no turning back. There's no help. None. There. Type deaths. Lots of type deaths. Too many type deaths. Too many. So I could get numeric values. I could get vectors of values. Maybe. So yeah, now we have a variety of things. A great many things. Let's say like get array. Get an array. Very array. So very Very array. Should be optional. Yeah, that could be constant, maybe. Can I put a reference inside of an optional? Is that loud? Parse a string. Yes, please to parsing the string. Yeah, right now, language server's dead again. It's just gone. Every time I open this file, I don't know why, don't know how, just gone. Gone with the wind. Not even doing anything particularly challenging then. Just include some files. Yeah, it really does. It does kind of just fear certain files, and I don't know which ones. It's done this to other files. Other very specific files, and I'm like, I don't know where or why. Why these files? These very specific files. I'm kind of using those files. Type. Not called type. It's not called type. I didn't call it type. No matching language servers. Wait, hello? Do I need to like hotkey restarting it? Because that is not what I want to be wasting my configuration on. Is really not what I want to be wasting my something. You know what? That's just there now. It's not gonna go away. Sometimes it will show me a glimmer of hope, but it's just kind of dead. The pointer. The pointer. If the pointer, then I want a mixed array pointer. And then we will delete that. Sure. We'll null out our pointer. What if I do this the other way? The other way. Yeah, if pointer. No, we switch all these default types. Let's kind of return. So that can return. I don't have to constantly check everything. Object, object, object. Can't object with that. Let's see what else. String, string. Or maybe I type def that. Why? I don't know. Because I love type defs, apparently. Just have type defs everywhere. That is not what that line does. That right there is not what that line does. Nope. Nope. It's lost. It's a lost cause. It doesn't know. Cannot tell me. It is now again clueless. It provides no help to me. Which is fantastic when I'm trying to make something that actually, you know, works. Yeah. Let's do optional. Very optional. Very optional. Ever so slightly too optional. Current value. Maybe we just make that into a value. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? I also want to mark some of these explicit. Or maybe all of them. Yeah. Oh, wait, can I mark copy constructors as explicit? Is that a thing? I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing. I genuinely don't. It failed. I don't know what failed. Everything failed. This entire function needs to be adjusted properly. I think that should be null. I really don't. You really probably shouldn't be. Make unique. Okay, what if I want to not do that? What if I want to make a new one? With operator new. Gasp. Gasp, not operator new. Anything but operator new. How about a value? And then we give it the type. Mixed array. But there isn't one inside. Just sort of pretend it's a mixed array until we actually have something to put inside the array. Yeah. Because then if we put like a string in the array, then we can get the thing. We can do the thing. The other thing. The other thing. The I don't know what kind of thing. Get the pointer. Well, I want to get the pointer. What if I called it value instead? And then yeah. But then I have to figure out what kind of array it is. I was gonna assume that it's the right kind of array. Sure. Yeah. Uh-huh. Get object. Just object. Now we get object. Yeah, we'll just make it assume empty objects. These should not be constant now that I think about it. I'm going to take all of that stuff from there and put it down here somewhere. That is a very long function. It's like, that is a very long function. Okay, so we got those. A bunch of these. There's these two things. A couple of the static values. true? Truth? The very truth? Too much truth? Gotta fill in all the functions. Similar thing. But in Go. These are functions. These are functions. Hi. The functions. These are constructors specifically. They initialize new instances of the JSON objects with the various parameters set up correctly. Like if I give it a string, we want to be able to construct a string. Yeah. A string. A very important string. It's like this one. This one is a constructor. Which means that it can have an initializer for parameters on it. Type string. Done with the parser. I mean, we kind of are. We're kind of not. I decided I would improve the object model. Improve, I say, in maybe so many air quotes. Was planned. I didn't go through with those plans until now. So here we are. Trying to make it better. Air quotes. Better. Really wish I had hand tracking right about now. I'll just copy those. That should do that. Yeah, okay. Copy constructors. Why? hate copy constructors. How am I supposed to copy the constructor? And there's this one. Yeah, I don't really want to do copy constructor right now. Can we just put those off till later? Yeah, we'll just delete that for now. Which means that true and false are not going to be a thing. Unless we do type bool. Yeah, okay. Move constructors, though. I might be able to do move constructors. Probably. Maybe. This is like a regular function that will like clear the thing for me. Otherwise, I would have to like call the constructor or the destructor. And I'm not exactly in the mood for that, so... Clear function it is. We'll just delegate that to a function. The function can take care of it. Null will be the type we return on. Then we will set the type to null when we finish with this function call. That way everything is sure to be, I think it should be cleaned up properly. Probably, maybe, sort of, I don't know. I'm going to declare pointer equals that one's pointer, type equals that one's type. Say that equals null. Let's see, that's a constructor, so it doesn't need that part there, but this one is an operator, so it does. Yay, not yay. If type here is not equal to mixed array, then we will return an empty thing. If we don't have a pointer, the pointer will equal a new mixed array. Hopefully references let us do that, or else I will be in big troubles. Yeah. Gotta make sure that's all handled properly. Maybe I'll align this, make it look nice. Be like, oh, look at all the pretty deletes. I'm sure no one will mind. Wait, what was I doing? Object. object, 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 object. What could possibly go wrong? That way, empty objects don't take up memory until you actually, you know, want to do something with them. Yeah, just as it is. Pretty straightforward, I think. Get rid of that little placeholder thing there. Space ended up in the wrong spot. How dare it? How dare it? Current value. Current value. Current value. No more found. No more found. Let's see. These are supposed to be optionals. This is we make optional. With the current value. Yeah, I don't know if there's any more exit points. Oh, they've completely messed that up. Error. Error. Very error. Too many error. I could have swore there was like a convenient overload. Very convenient overload. Make unique. Make unique. No? No. A constructor matches argument list. Why? There's supposed to be one. You know, this one. The one that takes a bool. In the argument list. That constructor? Static data member with an inline specifier must have non-volatile const integral type or be specified as inline. Yes, that totally makes tons of sense. Yep, no. Singing? Singing? Int. Int to uint requires narrowing conversion. You do this to make their constant values. They're literally constant values. Don't be like that. Array conversion standard remove reference to standard mixed array. Reference. So I don't think we can have arrays. Reference? I don't think we can have reference. That's not allowed. It's not allowed. We don't have that. No reference. Overloaded function kind of differs by return type. You know, you know, the return type, the thing specified in the declaration. That return type? Oh, that one? Yeah, about that one. Yeah, about that return type. Yeah, we'll just fix that right there. Yep. Nothing that takes a and side of something. Parse string. Parse the string, yeah. We'll make the current value getting sent down the line into the thing. Shouldn't there be like a next character command? After number? Oh, I don't know. Now I don't know. That's probably an edge case waiting to happen. For sure. Almost definitely. Alright, you build now. You fail to build again. You always fail to build again. Left side is struct type. Use a dot. Okay, I go to line 531. And then we use dot. Unless we can do this. No. Because value... I don't remember what value is, actually. Oh, it's just the value. Okay. Okay. Value is not a member of standard string. Line 558. The value. The cat. Cat still do be spinning then. I definitely don't remember this part. Can you give me a fraction of useful information here? No? No. Swap. Value by reference. The LEDs. The LEDs are decorative. You can mess around with them. They're also interactive. The interaction is done through Discord reactions. There's a few of them off the screen there. Probably do my hydration here, shouldn't I? Not enough reactions. Specifically, you can flip them on and off. However, with this set, it's on the screen right now, flipping them on and off changes the phase. I don't think anyone realizes this yet, but you can use this to potentially make phased patterns. Potentially. I've never tried to. After implementing the feature to change the phase of things. I make it start up with a phased pattern. But as soon as you flip them off and on a few times, it quickly phases out into something. A soup of chaos. Pushback cannot convert from optional to type reference. No conversion from optional to optional exists. Health. 17 health. Okay, now what do you want? Construct at and place? Oh, not this again. See reference. Instantiation. No matching overloaded function found. Why are we emplacing or constructing anything? Copy? Why are there copies? It's part of vector. Allocator. It's supposed to be deleting things, not copying things. Big switch statement. Quality switch statement. I mean, it's gonna be a switch statement anyways. Somewhere. If I don't write it, then something else will. What am I supposed to do? Make a giant array of function pointers? Nope, that would be a terrible idea. Highly optimized table. Sometimes a switch statement. What do you think a switch statement is? It's a lookup table. Well, I could probably do slightly better. I could maybe do slightly better. The assembly. Not the assembly. Anything but the assembly. And why are we instantiating things? To delete. I thought that was a good idea. I'm extremely confused. I am so extremely, very confused why we're trying to construct things during a delete operation. It's like the opposite of what I want. I think I'm thoroughly hydrated though. I had a couple of gulps. Appreciate the delicious reminder for water. Is always very helpful. Alright, what if we make a copy constructor? Why don't we just make one? I'm just gonna break everything. Definition. No redefinition. Redefine that. Must return a value. Must return we can return this. Why don't we? Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. No, you're taking off? Well, have a good day, night, morning, whatever it is then. Always appreciate you stopping by. Right now, I have all of these stupid files open. We must close them. Then we go back here. And we see if this works. Again. And it kind of, sort of does. So far. Think. We get numbers out of things, at the very least. Or null op. That's a thing. True. False. Null. How do you handle the array? We didn't really put the value. Yeah. We don't handle that properly at all. Nope, I forgot about that. Or maybe we put it down here? Yeah, that might work. That's what I kind of almost did before, and then just kind of sidestepped that with the thing. Yes, this makes an array. So we have an empty array in the returned value, supposedly. All right, more complicated one, the nested array object thing. Call get array. I guess we allocate our array right here. So yeah, we have an array. An empty array. Which we then push a value into. Well, this has certainly made debugging a lot more difficult, I think. However, null opt? Oh dear. Oh dear. How'd I end up with a null op? That's not right at all. If you want to replace the existing arguments, uh, I mean, I could think of two different ways. You could set up a... You'd set up a keybind to do, like, a register list delete. Which is kind of helpful. Or you could paste the thing you want somewhere in the buffer. And then delete the arguments and then copy it again. I don't typically do that too often. Or if I do, I would probably like yeah, let's say I want to I had this problem earlier. where we're trying to make an optional and we're putting it in the current value. This line here. We want to synthesize this line, but we don't have it. There's a few ways of doing it. I could take this line, which has the structure I want, but it has the wrong parameters. So one way would be to delete the items in the parameters, then yank the items I want, and then go back and paste them. That would work. It's a bit verbose, all the back and forth. Or I could paste this line here, realize that I want to take this value, so we'll yank the value in there. And then something I often end up doing is just like pasting and then deleting to the end of the argument list, which also kind of sort of works, as I said earlier. Or maybe I've taken this thing and then I take the arguments that I want, and then I use my keybind, which does register list delete. Or maybe it breaks everything. Maybe it just breaks everything. I don't use that one very often. So let me see. It was like delete in here, paste. Yeah. That one's also pretty convenient, I guess. I'm gonna change this though. Now why is this working again? I am deeply and truly confused. I wonder if there's a more convenient way of just taking things out of the optional. Unless that's what swap is for. I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like the copy constructor is getting its revenge for me implementing half of it. Somehow. I really don't think you should have to be able to delete things. Or what if I do something evil? It makes a copy constructor a copy type. A very copy type. Take my giant evil switch statement. Change all these into new, I guess. Visual mode? Visual mode might work. I never try that. Actually, almost sounds like good advice. Oh wait, I need these casts. No, we need the typecast. Those are important. So many stars. Too many stars. Yeah, deep copy that. If you dare. Stupid arrays. Stupid arrays. We don't run into this, do we? We do? Somehow? During parse. Push stack item, move current value. Why? Why are we moving the value? That's supposed to be moving the value. Um, um, not sure why that... Don't feel like that should have worked. Vector, allocator, vector. From vector. Object? Don't handle that either. Don't do that. Clear. Clear. I don't understand clear. I really don't understand clear here. Why is it like this? Why? Why a vector? Why? Why is vector doing this to me? Is it something I didn't say? Like no except? Because they are no except. That one is also sort of... whatever. I don't think new can throw exceptions. C++ just kind of be like what it be like. And then it didn't fix it. Is constant evaluated. This is why I hate vectors. Why are we in optional for? Ah, this makes no sense. Ever. Never, ever makes any sense at all. Whatsoever. Why? Why do we always do this? Uh, uh, uh. Memory? Default allocator. Not the allocator. I am about this close. This close. However close. It's just ripping out the vectors and replacing them. Can't even right now. Can't even with this thing, no? Time spent on JSON parser, 3 hours. Time spent on floating point hours. Parser, 38 hours. Time spent trying to make sense of standard library nonsense. Eternal. An eternity. This is why I write too many things from scratch. Too many things. Because if I don't, nonsense. Pure, unending nonsense. Is it fun though? Is that fun though? Vector. How to vector. How to vector. T must meet the requirements of copy assignable, copy constructible until C++11. I'm trying to store a bunch of my movable only objects inside of a vector. And it's saying I can't do that. I don't understand why. Type must meet the requirements of allocator. Do allocators have requirements? Why can't I delete a vector? Reserve does not change the size of the vector. You must meet the requirements of move insertable. This says nothing about the requirements of the data type. Headache. Very, very headache. What if I use one of my evil memory types? Or just allocate arrays myself. Even if I don't use vector. Why does this not work? Gasp, am I being summoned? I am being summoned. I'm being summoned away. Which means it is forced break time. Yeah. I will not. Yeah. I need time to think about this anyways. Somewhat, yes. This is going to take me a number of minutes. A great number of minutes. Oh my god. Where's the button? I have returned, finally. From my endearing adventures into the great unknown. Finally. Finally, somehow, somewhere. Where map? Yep. Now I click that one. And then I have returned properly. Again. I was not here. But yeah, according to the playlist, there was a remix of a Zelda song, or a cover, I should say, in the playlist that probably almost certainly played whilst I was away, which is a little bit unfortunate. Because I happen to like that song. But that's just sort of how my life goes. I'm missing half the songs. Because, of course. Very unlucky. A bit too unlucky. Wait, can I use... What if I use, like, a basic string? Of values. Oh, that's not gonna work, is it? All the standard containers are, like, evil or something. They're cursed, I tell you. Optional? Optional? Wait, why is there a reference? Why is there a reference? No? No. No, 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 no. I don't think optional will work here at all. Not at all. Nope, these have to be like pointers. Nullable pointers, I think. Probably nullable pointers, yeah. Like, am I going insane? Or am I just insane? Alright, so that definitely falls apart. This is what JSON parser does to me. Makes me insane. I'm just crazy now. Clearly. No thoughts. None at all. null pointer. I think. Pointer. There's database? Database? Last I checked, it was not using any databases at all. Why would there be a database? Rebuild the world. The context. The context, my game engine, is built in C++. So it's a desktop application. Is the database if I F open my JSON? Maybe. Maybe. You might be onto something with the data. Data there. Yeah, okay. I can use vector. If and only if. I'll stick random references in arrays and then wonder why it's like copying things. I swear, C++ with the error messages make no sense. None. None at all. The pointer. I'll know what the pointer is. It's not great. It's not great. I guess I could give it all the different types as pointers. Yeah, be nice and evil there. Now I go into get array. If I used SQL, I'd probably implement my own database. You're probably not wrong. You are probably not wrong. Then we can just return a pointer to the object or the array without having to cast it. Yeah. Lovely. Lovely. Sure. Let's go with that. Not invented here. Reinvent the wheel syndrome. This game engine is basically gonna end up being an operating system by the time I'm done with it. Not even joking. Emacs. Well, I mean, if I implement a terminal emulator in it, well, you just run Emacs, and then I will have the ultimate operating system. My compiler isn't going to give me errors like this one does, because it will barely give me any errors at all. Oh, you got a syntax error? That's all the help you're going to get. Maybe. There's a 50-50% chance. What is this? Mixed array? Null array? Then we have another array of 2 empty arrays. Lovely. Fantastic. Okay. Keyboard driver? Well, I'll tell you what. I already wrote myself a keyboard driver. My operating system, like the actual operating system that I wrote, has a keyboard driver. Also has an Ethernet card driver. So yeah, that's a bit of a thing. What are we looking at here? An array. An object, which is empty. And an array of object. And then once we run this one, we have an object, which has A and B. A is an array of empty arrays. B is an object containing null, apparently. Why it contains null, I don't know. But it does. This should be a string. Why did I not put a string? Change the hair color? I always change the hair color. Why wouldn't I change the hair color? I don't know if I can move out of the value. This is like string out. Swap. Get swap. The cat. Chat controls for the cat. I mean, the cat's just a GIF. So, if I go about adding controls to it, I need to manipulate the GIF. Or find an actual 3D cat. Rotating speed. Yeah, I don't know if I can parameterize that easily. You thought it was a 3D cat? No, it's a GIF that I googled one day. Or I got linked, actually. Somebody linked a cat. GIF of a cat. I was like, yes, we need this. So I put it as an image on the stream. Well, there's a certain level of effort I put into my stream overlay stuff, and it's a mixture between lazy and extremely overbuilt. Like, a pretty prime example would be the scrolly text at the top of the screen. That is a web page that has to compute the length of the entire string and then like chunk it into multiple pieces so that they display sequentially. The cat is the top type of category theory. It's also just, I found it during a just catting stream, so don't mind me just catting a little bit. Huge letdown for the cat. I mean, if you want me to write a shader for the cat, Godot engine exists. I could probably hack something up for it. Just a little bit of catting. No big deal. And before side tangent to develop stream overlays in Godot again. Yeah. Or I'll implement. No, that's a terrible idea. Implement a stream overlay using my horrible engine that I've been writing. It kind of almost speaks JSON now. Surely it's ready for the web. Send quaternions to the cat. Yeah, I would need the actual cat, the 3D model version. That would be kind of fantastic, maybe. Current value. The playlist. The playlist. The playlist is a file on my computer which accesses a bunch of other music files. Also conveniently downloaded to my computer. Sketchfab 3D model. Oh yeah, this has got to be the cat, isn't it? Yep. Yep. It's the cat. It's the Sketchfab of the cat. This one has a better texture than mine almost. Oh, yeah, yeah. Look at that quality. Can we? Can we download? Can we? Can we download without logging in? Maybe. Oh, Sketchfab, why? Just give data. It's definitely the model. You wouldn't download a cat. Oh, yes, I would. I would totally download a cat. Let's just say has value. Yeah, how do we has, can we has value? No, we cannot has value. It is not allowed. It is not allowed for me to have value. Why could I not have value? Dev tools. I don't know if I could get it through the dev tools. Not accurately, anyways. That would require hacking it. We downloaded something somewhere. We just gotta, you know, ignore all of these options. Maybe look at the network? No. Memory? No. Storage? No. Maybe storage. Download a burr. Alright, so what do we got in here? We got bin Z. It'll chase my mouse. Not my mouse, I need that. I don't know what a model bin Z is. I don't know if that's the thing that I want. There's another file. Another bin Z. Cat is hiding. Cat is very hiding. Location, recaptcha, styles, sheet, image. Looks like a preview of the cat. Some more scripts. Some ramen, because I totally needed ramen. Two bytes. 2 bytes. Heck is 2 bytes in size. Smiley face. No, just your casual smiley face. Couple of things. A font. Because I totally need a font right now. Where's the actual data? It's in here. In the response tab. Well, there's another font. I don't know if that's the cat itself or if that's the texture of the cat. Oh wait, let me click. There's a PNG. It's cached. Why are there cached things? Like this. Juicy. Very, very juicy. GLB of the cat? Oh yeah, that's more like what am I talking about? Can we download? Download? Then we'll put this over here and here, and then we got it here. Okay. Okay. Victory, maybe? I have a model, a GLB model from Poly Pizza Link. Yeah. Yeah. There's a comment. Different comment. I don't think I need comment. I got a model out of it. A GLB model, which is the format that I'm trying to implement with this parser that I'm writing. I'm trying to write a parser so I can parse, so I can write another parser, so I can write another parser, so I can load a model. No, just things. I don't know if I can move out of the optional. I don't think that's a thing that's gonna let me do. I'm gonna do true, true. Cat with specular highlights. Not the specular highlights. Array. Move the current value. Get rid of that. Wish I could do a smart delete. delete things that aren't necessarily words per se, but like words in terms of semantics. Semantic delete, yes. Yeah, that's what I want. Semantic delete. It's gonna say we can has value. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just finding all the things. Too many things. The tokens. Not the tokens. Has value. Can we has value? No, we can not has value. They have very bad value. Has value is true, or is it false, or is it false true, or is it true false? I don't know. Maybe I should have dedicated error reporting function, or maybe that's just overkill. Maybe I'm just slightly, maybe a bit crazy there. How about that string? One of these parameters is supposed to be a string. Push an array. Maybe we push another array. So now we have an array of 2 empty arrays. And then we have mixed array in here, so we take that off of the stack. And then we have an object, which does not exist. So then we set A to an array, apparently. Add more values. We have the beta string. Beta string. C string. Type string. It's some kind of... It's definitely some kind of string, I guess. Yep, it's string. Now I have a pointer to the string. We have NVim. We have Visual Studio as a debugger. What more evil, kind of? What more evil could you want from me? What, would you want me to debug with NeoVim as well? Imagine being good at what I do. Pure darkness. Pure and epic darkness. However, I think it builds correctly. I think it parses correctly. I think I have achieved partial victory. For now. I don't know if I have... Yeah, I don't. I don't have the thing which is like the string. What else might I want from this thing? Convenient functions. Are there any more convenient functions? we could get number, maybe. I don't know if I could get a bool value though. Like, what if it's not? What if it's not bool? What if it's like... What if it's just operator bool? And then we could do something like is true. Please don't throw. Please don't throw. No, nope, nothing throws. Sure. Like is false. Is null. Is all the things except the thing that I want it to be. Just say, oh, it kind of works. Adds a whole bunch more functions. Wrong mode. Oh, darn it. Constant, no accept. Thank you. Wait, that's not constant. That one's not constant. That one is. This is copy and pasted, very much so. A bit too much so. You're the only one who hides and seeks with your cat. I'm sure there are others. I've seen other people play with their cats. Expected a type. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, the syntax for this one is always the worst. The worst, I tell you. Let's say if type. Is false? No. Null or false? How about that? Null or false? Return false. Otherwise, return true. All the returns. The explicit returns. Well, you know. It gets the point across. I guess. I guess it's shorter. More hydration. Oh my god, why? How am I supposed to do hydration now? It's 2 a.m. When did that happen? Yep, and that's the thing that happened. I've certainly had a lot of fun with this one, I guess. Parsing numbers. Figuring out how to parse all the numbers. Figuring out that it's a terrible idea to parse all the numbers. I'm certainly ambitious. We're certainly ambitious now, aren't we? I got out of my chair. About like an hour ago. It's true 1 or -1? To me, it's just 1. Because numbers. Does it make sense to return numbers for when it's other things? Can't really say for certain. But it will anyways. What about if it is a number? borrow, take, take, right, save, okay. What more do I need? I think that's most of the things. Unless I implement those optimized arrays that I keep hinting at. Wink, wink. Am I thoroughly hydrated yet? I don't know. We don't know. What I do know is that it might be time to rebuild the project again. And to build that, wait for it to do all the things. How much time do I spend waiting for it to build? About 30 seconds per build. I'm gonna make this smaller again. Now I have the ability to point at strings. Object. String. There it is, there's the string. Yay. Weird union multi-type thing. Maybe the best or worst part of this whole nonsense is that it doesn't really provide me any kind of benefits over the other flavor. The one with like the data type table. Necessarily. Well, maybe it removes a layer of indirection. I could have done it a different way, though. Maybe. I don't know. How about no? How about also no? And we're just gonna Just gonna throw more stuff onto the block list, I guess. Gonna eventually need to make myself a spam reduction bot, probably. So, yeah, this seems decent-ish, sort of. What if I... What if I did something like access array elements? A bigger project? It's definitely as part of a bigger project. It's a game engine. And quite specifically, this whole entire thing I was writing because I want to parse GLTF models. So, there's definitely a project aspect to it. We also just like experimenting with things. Spent half the morning working on trying to figure out how to convert floating point numbers from decimal to their binary floating point representation. Which I did. So yay. Array? No, we want mixed array. Stupid specialty arrays. And then I made the JSON parser able to like allocate objects a little bit more efficiently. And now I'm trying to just sort of flesh out the API before I start writing another parser on top of it. Because that sounds like an idea. And then let's try... If I get an array element... Yeah, how about that? Can I get an object element? Maybe this should be a pointer. You found someone else who was also working on it? Well, luckily it parses correctly, and is mostly done. So... I don't know if I need luck anymore. I just need to make the API nice and good, and then it will be nice and shiny, and I can use it for something. Maybe? We shall see. We shall see. We get string, get array, get object. And then I want to be able to access the elements inside. I don't know if I want to do this one by value or by reference. Because the objects aren't really shared references. They're unique references. Maybe they should be shared references, I don't know. That adds a whole level of complexity and hazard to the entire thing that I'm not sure if I want to encounter. You know what I could do? I'd say if not is array. And just sort of reuse my functions. Oh, we need the object specifier thingy. And I'm not getting completions anymore. That's gone. Gone with the wind. I love it when my completions just stop working. This is what I live for, apparently. Not array, or if index is greater than or equal to pointer array size. Oh, I could, couldn't I? That would be fun. Maybe. Maybe. The address of pointer to array. Dereference that. Access that index. Or I could call at. Yeah, we could call at index. I don't know if that's such a great idea, though. There's some syntax for you. Isn't it lovely? Is it not the loveliest thing you've ever seen? Oh, that's horrible. Is it address? Yeah, it's like address star sound seconds, I think. I don't know if that's a reference. I think that's a reference. Might be a reference. So I think that might be how it works. And if not, we can dereference it as a pointer. I don't know. I just don't know. There's an undeclared identifier. You know what it is? The language server is dead. Again. Why is it dead again? I don't know. Just did. Just always is. Always dead. Don't know why. So damn messed up. Just don't get it. I don't get it. Why is it always messed up? Don't know why it's messed up. Hi there. Well, if it's not gonna work, then I'm gonna get rid of it. Stupid language server. Stupid language server. Complaining about it never fixed anything. At least I don't think it has. So, yeah. I don't know if I want to test any of these functions or not. But we maybe could look in app? App. And this one we do value. Wait, why is this one working? And the other one isn't working. And I just want to do stuff myself, and I don't have any idea what that thing you mentioned even is. I like doing stuff myself. Very. It's very interesting to me. object. So we do C. Well, I think this needs to be a pointer as well. Yeah. Pointer. And it is at that moment that I realized if I want to see what it's doing in the debugger, I have to tell the debugger to break. Null. Why null? Oh. Because I'm accessing the object the wrong way. It doesn't have the item C inside of it. It has A and B, and then C is inside of B. So yeah, now we have an object with the object with the C object inside of it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I guess I could also do something like get array length or size. Size. Get the array size. Which is like all these things. That may be the last one. Otherwise we return pointer array, I think it was. And get the size from it. And I could chain these together. Like if index is greater than or equal to get array size, turn nothing. Nothing, I tell you. You added a data type, which is Lua expressions. That sounds kind of interesting, to say the least. Kind of, sort of. But yeah, I think that's about that. Do I test it more? Do we try this out more? We could put a bunch of numbers inside of one of these arrays. Oh yeah, we could take the object. The object here and an array of values, just like 23, 12, 10, 19. I have to give this a key though, which is like values. So we would get element B, and then we would get thing values equals thing get object element. It's very verbose. It's so incredibly verbose. Three y is Lua x times x. Yeah, I could imagine that being sort of useful. That almost reminds me of something like, I don't know, maybe Nix. Where you can just put expressions in your values. And they're kind of mixed together. Array element. It's so verbose. I may have to come up with better names for this. Val. Not breakpoint there. Get thing. Yeah, let's hope this isn't parsing correctly or anything. We get values. It's an array. Get array element. It's a number. It's the number 12. Which looks, at a glance, correct enough to me. In multiple ways. Reference other expressions. Lazy evaluation. Lazy evaluation. Yeah, that sounds kind of difficult. Because otherwise you'd have to make sure it's an acyclic graph. Which, I don't know, maybe probably should. If it's an acyclic graph, then there won't be any, like, any dependency issues, I guess. That'd be kind of an interesting experiment. Figure out how to make it a non-acyclic graph. Standard string load file. So if I load the file, oh wait, why am I editing in here again? I'm gonna edit in here before I get like E. Do load file. I don't remember what the file name is. But it's something. Just update that there. Certainly something. Wait a minute. Why am I trying to go down the path of loading file? Sounds like a potentially bad idea. We want the Dingus the Cat file. Yes. Clearly, only the finest files here. Just load the entire thing, all of it, into memory, all at once. What could possibly go wrong? Where's the file with the standard in it? Buffer overflow? Nonsense. The buffer is perfectly sized to fit the entire file. I would never allow the buffers to overflow unnecessarily. Okay, there's a header and it's 12 bytes. Magic version length. Length? Total length, including the header, and all chunks in bytes. Let's hope your file isn't bigger than 4 gigabytes. Although if you're shipping 4 gigabyte model files, the file is malicious. I mean, if you ask the operating system for a file size, it's pretty obvious what the file size is going to be. Delicious, malicious file system. Ah yes, somebody has hacked your file system. Your operating system is now returning values that are ridiculous. Everything is broken and on fire. Broken and on fire. So I want chunk 0. By the looks of it. We'll just access this as a bunch of UINT 32s. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Absolutely fine. Alright, what's the value? Let me just copy that right quick there. Yep. Let's just take that right out of the standards document. Maybe we'll steal one of these. Little debug message things. I don't know why I'm putting this here and not like in the loader for models instead. I guess because I feel like it or something. So yeah, that should tell me if it's the right kind of file. And then we want the chunk type. It's length, then type, then data. So we have one that's going to be the version. This one's going to be the file length. This one would be chunk 0 length. This one would be chunk 0 type. This one would be the start of chunk 0 data. Yeah. The data. I wonder if I could make this into a span or something instead. No, wait, what am I doing? It's a character pointer. I want this to be constant as well. What if I gave a bunch of them names? Except for this one. You don't get a name. Let's paste that in there. Yeah. Super hacky. A little bit of obfuscation never killed me. Much. Although it certainly killed a lot of my programs. Alright, well, this entire file is just, it's not very big. It's not terrible either. Kinda looks legit. Version is 2. That seems fine. Got the length. We already established is a thing. We have the chunk length, which is surprisingly short. With the chunk type, which is that delicious JSON file. We've dropped out of the... Why is that keeps doing that? Why is it sending 2 of them? It was doing that yesterday. I swear, I just need to reload that thing. I'm Sky. I recognize that name. Hi there. Welcome, and thank you for the raid at this peculiar hour. What were you streaming tonight? This morning? Whenever it is. I don't even know anymore. What arch Debian? Yeah, I'm not exactly great at giving recommendations. I tend to like using Arch as a platform because the rolling release cycle lets me experiment to my heart's content. But that's also a double-edged sword. I experiment to my heart's content and then my VM doesn't boot, or my graphics driver gets really angry. So if you like a challenge every once in a while, I'd probably do Arch. Otherwise, maybe stick to a Debian flavored something or other. Which might end up being a little bit more managed, but not as up to date. I have still been trying to find a Wayland server for it that I like. Cannot for the life of me find one. don't know why it's so difficult to find one that I like, but it is. The ones that I like are fundamentally broken in some strange way. And then the ones that work, they're just so meh. I really don't care for the multi-monitor support in X Windows. That just doesn't work well. Everybody sticks to X. Everybody just sticks to X. Just use X. Just work around X's weird idiosyncrasies. Oh, there's so many problems with X, though. There's just too many. Maybe. Parse the GLTF, please. Yes, just ask nicely. I'm sure it's fine. i3. i3 is pretty decent as far as tiling window managers go. I tried i3 for a little bit. That takes some serious getting used to, and I'm just not. Oh look, that looks like JSON. Blobs of JSON. Imagine if I used string views instead of strings. How much crazier it would be. And before, no wait, that wouldn't work because strings in JSON are typically encoded in some way. Unless I can decode them verbatim, which I can't always do. Now, what if I went through the effort to figure out how to make verbatim strings in JavaScript? Or JSON. Yeah, damn it, I am too tired for this. Chunk length. Cake is kind of delicious. Cake is kind of delicious. That thing always says that cake is delicious. You know how many times I say that recently? Not very many. Because I haven't had very many cakes lately. It's kind of a sadness. A view. Span. How can we construct a span? I've never tried to construct a span. A span, yeah, we construct a span from a range, an array, an element type reference array. An engine for game dev? Oh, definitely. Absolutely. Godot is actually a pretty decent one. It's pretty functional. It's got some strangeness with it. It's decently performant if you use like the C# module with it. Surprisingly capable. Completely open source, unlike Unity. Unity is a different workflow, very much so. Excellent resource. Why, yes. That is an excellent resource. That is an excellent resource for game development. Uh-huh. The span. The resulting span has size, array, the 4 through 6. Contiguous iterator. Can I make a span? Like, what if the... Can I use this on a block of memory? This is just some arbitrary block of memory just to, just darn it, we're not in Vim. Vim commands don't work in VS. We don't want that. We do range or span. Span, and then we put a pointer and the chunk length. That is not what that says. No viable conversion from span to constant character. I don't think that's how big the span is. Maybe it is, I don't know. I don't know if my parser will accept that as a valid span. I think I want a string view. Because that's what we use to parse things. String view. string view. Can we create a string view? Yeah, we can create a string view from a range. String view from a range. Yeah, lovely string here. So that's sort of what it looks like inside. It's got some nodes, it's got some coordinates. It's got buffers. It's got data types. It's got floating point numbers. Which I am evil and can definitely parse myself instead of using a library to do that for me. We have a JPEG file. Which is a buffer view. And the whiskers are separate. They're another buffer view. Got some random parameters. Yeah. So yeah, that's a GLTF metadata. So that's what I would need to parse. And now that it's a string view, I could call the parser on it, and then it could maybe kind of almost spit out a value. Like so. Very nicely. So our object here has some stuff. We have accessors, asset, buffer, views, buffers, images, materials, meshes, nodes, samplers, scene, scenes, textures. Isn't that just amazing? Textures is an array of objects. This one has a name, it's a sampler, and a source. Base color texture. Yes, how amusing. Oops, wrong pointer. So yeah, I could use that as the basic building block to parse all the random inputs from the the values and so on and so forth. And thusly. Or I could do that tomorrow. In fact, I'm almost certain that I want to do that tomorrow. I don't think I have the energy to continue parsing things. I just really don't. Really don't. So. So very so. Oh dear. I think my web browser crashed. It has certainly been a very long time. We just need to get rid of all of the Firefox. All of them. And then we start it up again. Because the windows have to start up again. Obviously. Well, like all the things. All of the things. Oh my god, all the things. Oh my god, please. Twitch, please. So yeah, I'm gonna find the Twitch window, and then I think we are in fact. I think we will in fact raid Thor. Because that sounds interesting to me. What do you suppose will happen? Nothing. Probably nothing. Probably no big deal. Stare. Go with stare. Stare. Seems like a good idea. Right? Right. Right. Maximum stare. So that's not something I get to do every day. Partly because I don't usually stream this late. And partly because reasons. The bit go. He has too many bits. Always. Always too many bits. I might say they overfilled a little bit. But yeah, I will probably be back maybe tomorrow. So, bye-bye for now. Take care. Enjoy. Come again. Thank you, come again. Where's the button? There's the button. Found the button.